Hello everyone, good morning. How are you all? We have a few people here. Olivia's here. Good morning from Iowa. Good morning, Olivia. Carolyn here is from Texas. It's 39 degrees Fahrenheit this morning. Made morning chores very unpleasant, but I am rewarding myself with a warm cup and hanging out with all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us, Carolyn. Craft and Bev says, good morning, everybody from Idaho, from Boise in Idaho. Dagmar says, good morning from New York City area, 7 degrees centigrade. I think that's around 45 degrees Fahrenheit temperature, and still think temperatures are still a thing that my brain processes better in Celsius. Me too. Ilova's here. Good morning, peeps from Daytona, Ohio. Chris is here. Good evening from Adelaide, South Australia, 10:30 p.m. here, and looking forward to the hangout. Good evening. Maria is here from Vermont, USA. Good morning. Olivia says 39 degrees in Iowa, 44 degrees Celsius. And she says to Maria, what's your temperature in Vermont? Dagmar says to Olivia, that's nippy. Gin and Pins is here, 7 degrees centigrade but sunny, but windy here in Newcastle upon Tyne. I'll be pottering about for the next hour or so, then settling down to some sewing. Next task is changing the clocks back to Greenwich Mean Time. Nancy's here. Good morning from Toronto. Balmy 37 degrees here, 3 degrees centigrade and cloudy. I don't know what it is outside, but currently it's 23 degrees in this room and it is wonderful. I love being toasty and warm, and I have on a ready-to-wear roll neck from Next, and then the latest Hearton cardigan that Mum has knit me in navy with the V-neck rather than the square neck, which I love. Let's just turn you down a little bit there. Julia's here. Hello, how are you? Fox 3D. Hello, hello all. I'm from rainy Lisbon. Hello, welcome. Leanne is here. Good morning. How are things with the new house? Still waiting to move in, Leanne. Still waiting to move in. We'll get there eventually. Beginning of November now, I believe. Wilhelmine says good afternoon. Good afternoon. Francine says good morning, everyone from New Jersey. Good morning. Julianne says, hello peeps from Berlin. Good morning. Good afternoon for you, isn't it? Cecilia, good morning from Oklahoma. Good morning. Duvalet, hello, hello. Good afternoon to you, Duvalet. Wilmian says, it's raining in the Netherlands. It's been raining this morning, but it's not currently. It's just overcast, but that's actually kind of nice light to be in rather than direct sunlight, because with direct sunlight I definitely have to shut the curtains. Paula says hello from Sweden, cloudy here. Julianne says it's 17 degrees in Berlin and sunny. Ooh, nice. Francine says good day to sew, definitely. Nimue is here from Germany. Hello, Nimue. Maria says 38 degrees Fahrenheit in Vermont, and balmy for this time of year. Nice. Leslie says, good morning from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I think I have that right. Is that what the PA stands for? Olivia says, your mum is so talented, beautiful sweater. She is indeed. And guys, she's not here right now, but she's back in the sewing room. I don't have to keep away from them anymore. I haven't brought back plague or anything, so we're all good, which is nice. Judy says, blowy and sunny in Yorkshire, washing out to blow dry. Nice. Nimue says, sewing ambitions are low today. I'm sore from helping friends move house most of yesterday. Ouch. We just said that you're back in the sewing room with us.
Yay!
Yeah. Kathy says, good morning, Shine and Peeps. Good morning, Kathy. Leslie says, yes. For Pennsylvania. I got it right. Yay. And Cecilia says, I hope you have nice access to daylight in the new place. Well, the new place, as I think I've told you guys, the sewing room is an outbuilding, and it's currently a garage. It's not quite a double garage, but it's way bigger than a single garage. And we will have windows along the front wall where the garage door is at the moment. It's an electronic garage door, and Dad seems reluctant to sell it. He wants to keep it in situ, and I really want it to go so that we can have better lighting on the ceiling, because I'm worried it's going to be dark. But
it'll work. Security.
Well, yeah,
security,
I suppose.
It'll only come down when we're not in.
Yeah, that's the trouble. It takes up quite a lot of ceiling space for lighting.
Yeah, he's actually seeing if they'll exchange it for a roll door.
Oh, okay.
Which they might.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, because
it's new.
The roll door, what do you mean?
So it's kind of an electronic.
Curls up on itself.
Up, yeah.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be absolutely amazing. That would be really, really good because the electronic device hangs down from the ceiling quite a way. It's still plenty of head space. But it's obviously it's like 8 foot tall.
Yeah.
So it's 8 foot that gets of the
you can
ceiling.
Hang things underneath it.
Again,
quite a tall ceiling. I don't know. We'll have to see.
That's the thing. We've been in there twice.
Yeah, quite.
So
we don't know yet.
We don't 100% know, and obviously we can't start booking any contractors or anything until we've exchanged contracts.
Yeah.
And it is actually ours because technically we should be there by now. We should have moved on Monday.
Yeah.
So fun times. Fun times. My fringe has got really long, which is why it's over to the side. Because if I have it over here, I can't see. So that's why I keep fluffing with it. Thank you. Right. Okay. Well, I had loads of plans of what I was going to do today. I was thinking I'll do this and I'll do that, and then I was going to pack up all the stuff that I need to post out to different people because I have a large stack of that. And then I realised that I actually need my computer to do that, and you guys are on there at the moment, so that's not going to work. So I thought I would start on the 9345.
I know what you can do.
What?
Dad's press.
No, you're doing those.
Oh, I didn't know.
Well, that's why I shall show you.
Oh, good. You can do that.
Yes. But yeah, Mum's finished Dad's gilet and is making him a shirt as well because she'd cut out the same fabric to line it with and then asked for my cotton silk to line it with instead. So she had a shirt cut out as well. So it's a short sleeve shirt, which is what he likes. And you've had to piece the sleeves, haven't you? But you've done it. Yeah, she's done it very well. Piecing is very fabric effective as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yes.
I've nearly last. Oh no, I've got to do this. I don't need any of the sleeves, do I? I'm doing the last buttonhole and then I'll not be making such a noise. Sorry.
Sewing machines make noise. I really need to clean my glasses. I can't see out of them. I'm going to just go and do that. I'll be back in a second. I meant to do it before I started this and then completely forgot. Yes. Next time I go to Boots, I need to remember to buy some more of this, don't I?
Where? All the buttonholes. That's finished. Finished.
We can have a look at putting press studs on if you want.
Oh, that'd be good. Then that would be finished.
You need some a scrap piece of fabric so I can practice on it because I can never remember which order the
It's about it.
Yeah, that's the only bit of the fabric that's left. I don't think Michelle's here yet, but she will be very pleased.
Good. Yeah, I'll be very busy with that material. Dad loves it.
That's good. Actually, you guys, if you like this flannel that Michelle, Mum will bring it over in a second to show you guys. If you like the flannel that Michelle sent us, there is a UK fabric company called Ammo Threads, and they have it in stock.
Oh.
They have it as dead stock, so I don't know if it was a garment company that had overbought and have sold off the remaining bolts because they didn't want to make X amount too many garments or something. But yeah, Ammo Threads have, I don't know if it's exactly the same because as you guys know, this one came from America, but when I saw it, it looked pretty similar. So if you like it and would like some to make your own gilet and flannel shirt, I'm not sure this is actually getting it any cleaner. Just seem to be smearing. things around. That's not good. Usually this works really well. Oops. Oh, well, that's better than it was. I'm going to go and put this back, otherwise I get told off. We have a glasses cleaning station.
Yeah.
And it's a shame smell-o-vision isn't the thing, because Mum's making bread at the moment and oh my god, it smells good. Oh, right. Have tea.
You have tea.
I have tea. It's about drinkable. It's a little bit warm. But it's drinkable. Right, where did I get to with the chat? Where did I get to? I think I said good morning to Kathy, but in case I didn't, good morning, Kathy. Someone's here. Where do we get to? Olivia says, yay, I'm glad you're able to spend close-up time with your parents. Yes. Yes, it was very weird having to walk around. I wasn't walking around the house. I was just going to a certain in here, but it was weird having to have a mask on the entire time. Olivia says hi to my mum. I will let her know when she comes back. Julia says, I'm fine, thanks, doing watercolours today, and hi to Jane. Nice. Caroline says, good afternoon all. Cecilia says, could you install windows in any of the other walls? Yes, but I don't want to. I want to maximise space like this one. There was only one window on this room, and then everything else is storage. And that's what I want to do in this place. That's the reason I'm worried about losing some of the ceiling, is because we're going to get those big LED light panels.
They're going to make them.
Who's that?
Dave.
What are they doing?
He's going to cut the...
Oh, guys, so there's concrete grinding going on outside, so...
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
It's the only day you can do it.
That's fine.
He won't be long. He's very quick.
Yeah. So yes, so we may have a little bit of noise pollution. That's fine. Olivia said good morning to you, and has Julie. I'm sure they all say good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Cecilia says, could you install windows in any of the other walls in the new sewing room? And I said no.
There is another wall with a window, isn't there?
I don't. Oh, there's light. There's a light
door.
There's the garage door, and then there's a human door.
Yeah.
Like a car door and a human door. And I think there is light, thin top windows at the very top on the left.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there is on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Yes.
So along the top. So there is light coming in there. But I was saying that I don't want any big window openings other than the one that's going to get put in to maximize wall space for putting in storage.
Yeah.
And then we're going to get big LED panels for the roof, because they're flat, so they can be sat flush against the roof. What I was hoping to do, which was another reason I was hoping that the electric garage door wouldn't be there, is to put a grid on the ceiling so that cameras could be mounted up there. And it doesn't have to be like just scaffolding or piping. Just it could even be like cheap copper piping. Just a grid on the ceiling to mount the LED panels onto, but then also so that cameras can be mounted up there for like properly above shots, because that's been really difficult to get in the past. I do need a new tripod. I know I need a new tripod, because the two that we have, one is wonky and the other one won't retract properly, so it's not portable, which is the whole point of it. I wouldn't get rid of them, but I might get rid of the wonky tripod, because it's just, there's no way of making it not wonky. But yes, so that was what Dad and I had discussed about the ceiling, which was why I was hoping that the garage door would go away. If it can get turned into a rolling one, that would be amazing.
Yeah, just for security at night,
No, I 100% agree with that, and we'll need to talk to our insurance company the fact that we have a lot of expensive things in an outdoor garage, so we'll need to do that. It's a security company, but it's called Ring. They do doorbells that have cameras on them. And so when somebody rings the doorbell, you can then see who it is, and you can say to them, "Oh, please leave the parcel here," because if we're in the garage, you know, it attaches to your phone rather than. But I believe they also do home security,
right?
Which might be something that our insurers require for that external building. That makes sense. What you know what I mean. So. She made a shirt, and she managed to pattern match the back pretty well as well. Was that intentional?
Yeah.
Ah. Even with the minimal fabric.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. But no, we don't want any extra windows in there. Although the light sort of like slits at the top are great.
Nice large shirt.
Yes. Does it need buttons now?
Yeah.
What buttons are you going to use?
I've got little cream ones.
Okay. Do you want to show them the gilet?
Patching. Gilet. Quilting.
Yeah.
Gilet. Hey.
Yes.
Yes. With a.
It has a little flap to cover up the like the one, because you modelled this off of his current one. Didn't you?
And he said that's a windbreak, so it stops. So we've got to put poppers on it now.
Do you want to show him the inside?
Yes.
He's got silk lining on his work gilet.
Chocolate.
Very nice chocolate biscuits. Yes.
It's your fault we went silk, because I was just going to put his the rest of the material inside, but I'm
glad you didn't, because it would have been way more difficult for him to get on and off.
Yes.
Not that that's the slipperiest of fabrics, but he got a shirt out of it as well now.
Yeah.
So
what more could he want?
They're all saying, great job, very nice shirt, wow, well done, Jane. Very handsome makes QQ. Love the shirt, Jane. That gilet is amazing. Love the gilet.
It's the patchwork that's fun.
Yeah. Yes, right. Let me just catch up with the chat.
Yes.
Oh, the noise isn't too bad.
No?
If that's as bad as it's going to get, that's fine. Let's see.
Oh, so his buttons.
Carolyn says, with more space in your sewing room, there is more room for fabric. Wow. The other side of that is that all of my paper crafting stuff is going to have to go into that room as well. So it's going to be the craft room. I haven't done any paper crafting in a long time. A long time. And I miss it. I do miss it. But yeah, so there isn't room for that to be in my bedroom anymore. So it's going to have to go into the crafting room, which is fine. I think at the moment we're not making the best use of the storage space, but we grew into this room, and I think we could have organized this slightly better, but it is what it is, and it's worked for us this long. I don't think we've got more room in the new place, and we're going to have to get a cutting table in there as well. So it's going to be interesting. I have some plans. I had plans for a very elaborate cutting table, but I think I'm actually just going to have two. They are 2 meters long and 150 wide. I'm going to have 2 of those tabletops with the legs that you can screw in from IKEA, and IKEA do extendable legs, and they are the height that you need them to be, and they do a cheaper white version, and then they do a much more sturdy metal version, and I'm going to go for the metal version, and that way we will just be able to, when we need it, we can screw the legs in, put the 2 tables together and have the space, because both of these sewing tables fold down very, very small. So I can fold this one down small and put it to the side, and then I can get the sewing table out, the cutting table out, and realistically screwing in 10 legs to 2 tables and then bolting them together, because I'm thinking about putting bolts on them, so on the underneath of them, so that they go together. But the trouble with that is then storing it, because they obviously won't be flat. But I was thinking about doing that. Pass here.
Good morning.
Noise level's not too bad.
Yeah. I've lived an hour longer today.
Yes.
Because the clock's changed.
Yes. Did you get up?
No. No. Don't be ridiculous.
No, I watched the clocks go back. I
It's
watched
all right.
it turn 2 o'clock and then go back to
You
doing
live a bit
1
longer today, but
in
you
the
live a bit
spring.
less
Yeah.
later in the year.
2020 is an hour longer.
Yeah.
As if I knew as well. Yeah. Well, thank goodness it's not a leap year.
My time of life, an hour's an hour.
Yes.
Come on.
Hello, Doglet. Come on.
Yeah, 2020 isn't the best year to be.
Do you want to come up?
I'm going to shut the door to keep the heating because there'll be doors opening, okay?
Come on, Suze.
Looking good, Jane.
Come on. Susie. Either come up or go down. Keep your mind up. She's dithering at me now. Now you can't see anything. Come on. Oh, you are a stupid creature. Who wants picking up in the most awkward place you could possibly get into? You are a stupid dog. Aren't you? Stupid dog. Right, where do we get to with the chat? Oh, hi, yes. I read that one. Cecilia says your mum is so precious.
Why?
Because this is back when we were talking about the shirts and stuff. Where do we go? Olivia, I think your fringe bangs in America. I like the term better. Look great, thank you. Alison says, hello, Sean, Jane and Peeps from Bendigo. Jane, I just bought the fabrics from my double wedding ring quilt. It's the 1930s style print. How is Chiana today? Chiana actually refused to get out of bed this morning. I tried picking her up and she meowed at me and sat back down again. So I haven't made my bed because the cat's in the middle of it. And that's why she decided to get in the middle of it about 6 o'clock this morning. Doesn't matter, that's where I sleep. So I had to sleep around her. And she's not moved since. So yes, she's fine. Julie says, remember to hydrate, both of you. Ilova says, Sean, I received my Elba top folders 50. They are great. Oh, awesome. I received my cream ones. You can see here, the bargainacious ones. I was trying to save one set for one of you guys to get it £16. I should have just bought them both at that price, but never mind. So they are there, and then in one of those file folders behind you as well. But I'm glad you like them, Ilova. Olivia says, homemade bread, yum. I mean, it does smell amazing. Kathy says, when do you move? When do you move? We don't know as yet. Hopefully beginning of November. Gin and Pin says, my sister's lockdown project has been to convert the kids' old playhouse into a summer house, sofa, TV, electric, Wi-Fi, reuse some old French windows from a friend's house. Nice. Claudia's here from Florida. Just wanted to thank you again for hosting the International Pattern Swap. I had so much fun last year. Look forward to it again. No worries at all. I've just got an email from Anne who signed up. So far,
I'm signing up.
Mum's signing up. She said yes, please on the Facebook group and hasn't sent me the email yet, but I can let her off.
I can't see that.
You need to do that so I can send it to your partner.
There was one before. I have to find it.
I delete them all because they take up a lot of space.
Hopeless.
Yes, there's only been one person so far who's missed something off. They sent me an email. They were like, yeah, I want to take part. They didn't tell me if they wanted PDF or physical, so I've had to email them back. But everybody else has been perfect. So if you've replied, thank you. You have been awesome. That video was never meant to be 18 minutes long, but I just wanted to really make sure that everyone understood. So, Dagmar says, what about insulation, heating, cooling of the garage? We are going to be putting in a proper floor with insulation underneath it, and we're going to be putting in insulation in the walls and boarding them out. There are a couple of walls that are already boarded out, but we're going to need to just take it off and have a look and see if there's insulation behind it, and if there isn't, put that in, and possibly the same with the ceiling as well. But yeah, I think we're gonna end up with little space heaters in there, and Dad will just be telling Mum and us to wear more clothes. Put the two coldest people in the household in the coldest room in the house. Caroline says, making mask today in black multicolour wouldn't be suitable. Hubs lost a friend. Oh, I'm so sorry, Caroline. Caroline, sorry. Carolyn's underneath you. I'm very sorry. Carolyn says, love my Ring doorbell security unless the internet goes down. That's true. Although hopefully when we move, we're going to be in the land of internet. We're going to be in a much bigger town. So
Be better. Tis the Isle of Wight.
It can't possibly be worse.
No, it can't be worse.
No.
Can't be worse.
Oh, Mum, before you go, in that cupboard, I think you might need to open both sides. Oh, right, yes. So you see the box with the flowers on it, and you see there's a bag with thread in it next to it, and then behind the thread is a plastic box. No. Yes. Yes. That's the press stud box, I believe.
Ooh. It's exciting.
Why your dog's decided this is the place to be, I don't know.
Ooh.
It's
Oh no, she's on your lap.
She came down and mithered at me to pick her up and put her there.
Wow.
She was going to jump and then she was like, no, I changed my mind. Oh, I can't get in. Oh, sorry, baby. Was that loud? Was that loud?
I don't think so.
You don't mind.
Oops. Oops.
Okay.
Doublet.
I don't know where the press studs have gone.
You're not in there?
No, the tools are.
All right.
There should be gold and black press studs to pick from. Oh, they might be in that little box, the little floral box. Yes, that one. I just need to rearrange. Oh, we've got another. Katrina's just signed up for the pattern swap. Let's see, where do we get to?
Oh, yes.
Francine says, your mum gave me a great idea what to make my son and grandson vests. Are there these in there? Okay, cool.
I'm just going to take the lid off this bread. How long does it then stay?
Oh, did
on
it
for?
just go? 23 minutes, please.
It's going to smell even better. Lots of people saying good morning to Dad. Deb says, first hangout I've caught in ages. Hello, everyone. Hello, Deb. Welcome. Claudia says the dog is precious. At the moment, this ear is always up. She's getting blinder and blinder and blinder. This ear is always up. It's not usually.
No.
It's usually like the other one.
Her eye's better, thank goodness.
That's good.
That chlorhexidine did the trick.
That's good. No, if you're going to sit on my lap, just behave. You need the press as well. Yvonne says hello from the Netherlands. Hello, Yvonne. Leanne says, will she get on with the dog in the new house after her bad attack with the other cat? So far, Susie's the one that's come off worse from her encounters with Chiana. She's ended up with a bloody nose more than once. But I mean, to be fair, Chiana was asleep on Mum's chair and the dog was barking in her face. So I kind of think that the dog was asking for it. Yeah, do you want black or do you want gold?
Oh, which do you think?
Well, it's black zip.
I think black, yeah. He doesn't want to be too...
Yeah, too blingy. So Leanne, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. We're going to get a pretty baby gate, and it's not a baby gate. It's a separating thing so that the dog can't go upstairs, but the cat can get upstairs if it wants to. And if you snort at me, we're going to see. They're going to have to get on. So. I have no idea how this works. I usually have to look at a YouTube video to get this. Mum's getting all this out and kind of passing it towards me. It's like, I have no idea. Let's see, where do we get to? Carol says, good morning from New York City, just across the river from Dagmar. Good morning, Carol. How are you, my lovely? Claudia says, I actually wondered how many people were not paying attention to your instructions. That's why I repeated them about 5 times.
Just me.
But that's the same every year. Mum's like, oh, I don't have to send an email. It's like, I know you want to take part, and I know I'm right here, and I know I can hear you, but I need to send your details to your partner. She just said yes please as well. She didn't even tell me PDF or physical, so I mean, you know, good grief. It's fine, I do understand that it's like, you know, it's one of those things where you don't intend to miss something off. It's not, yeah, it's just, it's fine. Alison says, QQ, do you have any tips for making the quilts? I would like to use the hand stitch on the Benina and wanted to know the best way to start and finish a stitch, as you can't lock the stitches for the double wedding ring. You bury your stitches, don't you?
I do, yes.
When you're quilting, you do back stitch when you're piecing. Yes. Is that what you mean, Alison, when you're quilting something? So Mum puts the needle down, brings the threads up to the top, and then starts quilting, and then we'll tie them off and bury them inside of the quilt.
That's right.
When she's finished. And you tend to do it by line, don't you? It doesn't necessarily mean line, just like by stitching. Yeah, so she doesn't have a million to finish at the end of the quilt.
And I use a needle that has a
open eye.
Open eye.
Yeah. Hopefully that makes sense, Alison. Mum's not made a double wedding ring to quilting stage, have you? You started one. What have you lost?
My button.
There, I saw them. I just saw them.
What? Put them all out there. Put them there, and I'll put the packet away. So put all the buttons back in.
Did you hear that?
Oh God!
Did you hear that?
Oh, I even chose the ones that look the same.
Oh dear. The dog does not want to move. I don't know what it is about me today. Animals want to sit on me. Nimue says, right, must not forget to send the swap email later. Don't forget to do that, Nimue. Yes. Leslie says, hi, Sean and Jane. How are you both? I'm very well. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Helen says, hi, Sean. Not tuned in for a while. Hope you're well. Are you still with Wilson? Yes, we are still together. I spoke to him yesterday. I FaceTimed him when he was in the middle of playing guitar. Although he did pick up and talk to me and carried on playing guitar at the same time. It's quite nice, really.
Oh, that's nice. Serenaded.
Something like that. Julie says, my son is watching SpongeBob SquarePants. One eternity later. I haven't ever watched SpongeBob. I like that part of it. Tracy says, thank you for your lovely videos and sharing your sewing knowledge and cat antics. Oh, I have new cat antics for you. I don't know if this is going to wind the dog up. I was trying to have a bath the other night, and Chiana did not want me to be in the bath. She wanted attention. That went on for about an hour. She eventually quietened down and ended up sitting on the towel quietly and just sort of like loafed up and was like, okay, fine. You want to submerge yourself in water, you weirdo, then you can. But yeah, she yelled at me for about an hour. It's like, I'm trying to relax. Got Epsom salts in here, trying to like sort my shoulder out. What are you doing, cat? Stop it. And she like, meow. Constantly. And what's funny though is like I play the video back and then she suddenly gets herself all wound up again because she can hear herself shouting, so she comes over and she's like, hi, yes, hello, and starts shouting at me again. It's like, oh god. It's like when I'm editing her when she was getting hissy and spitty at one of the Siamese that turned up and was growling, you know, I started editing it and she's fluffed up immediately and started trying to attack the laptop, and it was like, okay, I'm sorry, I'll do that with my headphones on. Oh, yes. Susan's here. Hello from Adelaide. Oh, Susan, my parcel arrived.
Oh yes, that's exciting.
Thank you so much. The card was beautiful as well. But yeah, this is what 20 meters of super fine interfacing looks like. Mum and I are trying to decide if we're going to fold it or put it on a roll. I'm kind of leaning towards roll because the 5 meters you sent me was folded and it was always a pain to get it out. And I think we got some spare rolls in there. So thank you so much. This is a Christmas and birthday present from the lovely Susan. So yeah, and I've said Mum can have some of this one. I didn't let her have any of the other one. I was mean. So she's happy. She is happy, but thank you very, very much. That was very kind of you.
Use the bad stuff in your dad's shirt, so I hope it's all right.
It's not bad. It's just not really for clothing. It's more for bag making. So, Susie, stop snorting at me. Lie down. Oh, I need to plug my phone in because it's dying. Ugh. There we go. There's a good girl. Lie down. Stay quiet. It's a good girl. Debbie says, I've just seen the pattern swap video. If anyone wants to go for physical option but is worried about queuing, the post office will soon collect prepaid parcels at your door for a small fee. Ooh, that's good.
That's true. It's just starting.
Yeah. That's good. There are other options like My Hermes and things like that. They do take slightly longer, but they will come and collect from your door. So there are quite a few different options to have a look into. But that's why we did the PDF version this year as well, because I wanted as many people to take part as possible. And PDF, you shouldn't have to, I mean, you still need to post a Christmas card, but you can do that at a post box, or you don't have to have much to
physically.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my name into the PDF and I'm gonna put my name into the physical pattern swap pile because I think I'd like to do both. But I will, if there's an even number of people in the PDF one, I won't put my name in there because I want to do the physical one, for sure. Paula says. Paula says, belated Marmite report. I'm team yay. Oh, good. Yay. Because I'm going to hopefully be having Marmite toast for lunch. Although is the only toast available at the new loaf?
No. No, it's not. So you can.
I wonder if Mum will cut it instead of Dad, because last week was doorstop and it hurt. I ate it because it was yummy, but it hurt. Oh, this is a ready-to-wear top from Next, but I really like this detail that they've put on the like press studs that go up the arm. I think they're nice. But yay, I'm glad you like it, Paula. Duvalier says, so I have a question about the swap. I don't mind participating in either group since I'll have to buy everything from abroad anyway. So what shall I put in the email? Okay. It's up to you, Duvalier, but what you could do, just because you're sending a physical parcel doesn't mean to say that you have to have a physical pattern. You could still do the PDF pattern option, but you could send a physical parcel with a Lithuanian in chocolate, like you did for us, because I very much enjoyed my chocolate Lithuania. It was fun. But yeah, so if you wanted to take part in the physical swap, but you wanted to go down the PDF route for the pattern, I'm sure that would be fine, because you could either have it printed out yourself in Lithuania and post it out to them as a physical thing. And I have done that. I did for Karen, wanted the ginger jeans. So I bought her I did buy her the physical pattern, but then I bought her the ebook that went with it, and then I printed the ebook out and laminated it and bound it so that she had the book like I sent her the files as well, but so she had the book, a physical copy of the book too. And I have done that before with the Kelly Anorak for Alex. I got her the expansion pack, which was in PDF form, so I had that printed. So, ooh, Chrissy's just signed up for the pattern swap as well. Sorry, I'm getting little notifications at the top there. So yeah, you could, if you want a physical, if you want to do a physical swap, but you only have access to PDF patterns, that's totally fine. You can swing that so it works for you. So it really depends on if you don't. The PDF option was more for people who wanted to try and keep it on a very strict sort of £20 budget. Because the postage obviously is just the cost of sending a card abroad, which is usually like a couple of pounds, isn't it? If that. So yeah, that's it's up to you. Let me know. Duvalier says maybe leave it as either, and if you have shortage in either category, you can put my name in there. Possibly, but it would be more helpful for you to pick one. Because it tends to be my name that I put in if I need to up the number or round the number out. So yeah. Olivia says, oh my gosh, she's adorable, to Chiana meowing. Cecilia says, oh, Chi is so adorable. I've been contemplating finding a Russian blue breeder. Everything that they say about the Russian blue breed is incredibly true. They are skittish around other people. They form a very strong bond with their one person. They tend to be more person orientated than location orientated, because a lot of cats are territory orientated and then they let you live in their territory. Russian blues tend to be very much more about the person that they're bonded to. So if that's the sort of cat that you want, then she is amazing. She's only really recently become a regular lap cat. When she was a kitten, and up until about a year ago, she'd sit on my lap every now and again, but it wasn't I must be on the lap. And this last year, she's 7 years old now as well, which apparently is kind of a bit of a thing when they're adolescent and sort of teenage and adolescent years. They tend to be much more independent, and then they kind of, when she's now a senior cat, they tend to calm down a little bit more, and it is noticeable that her demeanor has changed a little bit. But yeah, everything that they say about Russian blues they're very true to breed, very, very true to breed, and they are very intelligent as well. And if you have touch lighting, they work out how to turn that on so that they can get your attention, which is fun. And I won't be putting the touch lighting in my new bedroom. That's going somewhere else. So yes. Highly recommend if you work from home or stay at home a lot, because they do pine as well. So yes. Alison says, I'm a bit of a quilt novice. I'm not making many clothes as I'm going on a medically supervised diet, Optifast. Oh yeah, a friend of mine did that. And it worked for her very well. So I don't want to make clothes and then have to take them in. Completely understand. So yes. But yeah, I mean, Mum's in the Peeps group as well, Alison. So if you have any questions, stick them up in there.
Yeah.
And there's many peep quilters in there. Oh, Duvalier, I've just got your message as well. Yay! So Duvalier's officially signed up. Yeah. So there are quite a lot of quilters in the Peeps group. Feel free to put any questions up in there, and the collective the hive mind will help as much as they can. Claudia says she is a beautiful cat and she's just a little bit spoiled, as all cats should be. I mean, yeah. What cat isn't spoiled? Mum's friend Carrie put on Facebook the other day that she really wants a Maine Coon. And I said, well, there is an Isle of Wight breeder. Mum wants two. I'm tempted to get them now because the kittens would be the same size as Susie. So it depends how she gets on with Chiana. But there could be kittens in the future. The breeder also specialises in greys and blue cats. So yes. I mean, Chiana, when Chiana came with me to see to Nuneaton, James and Nia have two British tabbies, short-haired tabbies, and they were fine. They didn't fight. Chiana was following Harry around like there was no tomorrow. Poor Harry was very confused and just wanted her to leave him alone. And Cassie just sits on a chair and sort of like hisses at people if they come too close to her. And she's a much friendlier cat now. She is a bit of a grump, yeah, but she has a lot of skin issues, and she had a broken jaw and a broken tail. Like the people that the breeder that Mum got them from was not, Mum should have reported them and not taken the kittens home. She rescued them, definitely.
I couldn't leave.
No. So Cass, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Cassie's tail has got a crook in the end of it because it was broken twice, and her jaw had obviously been broken as well. And we don't know if that's healed properly, so she might constantly be uncomfortable from that. But they're very loved because they were Mum and Dad's cats when they lived in the Wirral 10, 12 years ago, and they got them before they got Susie. Actually, Susie's 11 now. Yeah, 12 this year. So the cats are 12 as well, and yeah, she both of them, and they're much better now that they've been loved for 12 years, but they were terrified, weren't they, to begin with? Poor little things.
When they were little kittens, they used to play and run around.
Yeah,
but then Susie just got too energetic with them.
Yeah. Although Susie would pull Harry around. Susie was still, it's probably all about 6 months old, and Susie would pull Harry around the floor, and he wouldn't like try and get away. He wasn't terrified at all.
They actually played very robustly.
Yes, and I got annoyed with the dog, so I'd put the dog in its house, and then Harry would sit there and just be like, and then he'd pounce on Cassie and start attacking Cassie instead. It was like, oh, good God, don't make me separate you as well. But they are very beautiful creatures, very, very beautiful creatures. But yes, that breeder should not be allowed animals at all. So yeah. Let's see, where did I get to with the chat? Tracy says, my cat is half Siamese and very similar traits to Chi. Everything is on his terms and very chatty. Chi is so cute. Yeah, I love Siamese cats. I think they're beautiful and they are so loud. There's a video on YouTube of a lady who's got 2 Siamese cats and she's having a shower, and she goes through this every day that she has a shower. The 2 cats literally scream at her. They go and sit on the bath and they scream at her, and then they try and get into the shower, and then there's like shelves next to it, so they climb up the shelves to try and get over into the shower. They're like, why are you getting wet? Why? And it's constant the entire time she's in the shower. It's just so funny. Caroline says Merlin sits on the edge of the bath swishing his tail in the water and purring at me. Oh bless. Yeah, Chiana used to come and sit on the edge of the bath, and I have got a video of Chi walking around the bath and then kind of getting stuck halfway around, and thankfully I rescued her before she fell in, because otherwise I would have been scratched to pieces. But yeah, I am still planning on doing a Chiana video. I've got lots of funny videos of her over the years, and so I'm going to put them all together, but that's a really big one to edit because obviously Chiana has a voice, so I have to do all that as well. So yeah, I am planning on doing that eventually. Susan says, you are welcome. I usually buy 5 meters at a time and put it on a roll. Yeah, I think you're right, Susan. I think a roll is the way to go. Mum and I will do that at some point this week. Try and get it on one of the empty rolls that we have in the cupboard. Victoria says, good morning from Virginia. Good morning. Alison says, Binks keeps me company whilst I'm in the bath too. Yeah. She likes to come and sit in the sink in the mornings. She likes to drink out of the sink, but once she's finished, she sits in the sink and just meows at me. She's a strange cat. Crafting Bev says, my 2 cats, Penelope and Baby Girl, like to take a shower with me. They play with the water dripping from the shower head. Oh, Chi looks incredibly offended if a stray drop of water gets onto her. Like if I'm having a shower, she'll sit and watch. But if I turn around too much and she gets a little bit, she looks so offended. She's not impressed. Karen is here. Hello, everyone. So far, every one of my cats has at least once shared a bath with me. Hello, Karen. I haven't seen you in ages. How? Oh, are you getting down, Susie? Let me. Hang on. Go on then. There's a good girl. I'm just covered in ginger fluff now. Ginger everywhere. Yeah, thankfully she didn't fall in the water that time because I would have been shredded, I'm sure. But she had a bath. She came back, she escaped one night and came back muddy. I've never seen her so muddy. And so, yeah, she had a bath after that. Was not impressed. Not impressed. Alison says, if I got your mum as my pattern partner, I would send her gorgeous Australian theme quilt pattern that I have seen and I know she would love. Ooh. I've bought mum a Australian designer quilt and the tools to make it.
It's very big. It's weird.
Well, it doesn't have to be. You can make it any size you want.
No, you can't. Not with the tools.
Well, no, but you can put as many squares together as you want.
Yeah. No, but, yeah, pieces are big.
It makes big blocks.
Yeah.
Yes. Karen says, hey peeps, hi Sean. Hi Karen, haven't seen you in ages either. How are you? My African wax print is still sitting there. I'm still terrified of it. I'm pretty sure I want to make one of the Gertie patterns with it though. Having spoken to you guys about it over the summer, I'm pretty sure that's what I'm going to do with it. I will get around to doing it. I will pluck up the courage. Julie says, Findus is hiding in my elbow. Oh, so cute. Yeah, Chiana, like I say, has made a nest this morning, so I've not made my bed because she's right in the middle of it and does not want to leave. So it's not warm up. It's not cold up there, but it's not like super warm like it is in the summer. So I'm not arguing with her. If she wants to be in a nest, she can be in a nest. Debbie says, would it be okay to include genuine vintage patterns in the parcel? I want to check as they are still secondhand. Yeah, I mean, Debbie, when I say a £20 budget, it is literally for everything to be fair, because there's nothing worse than receiving a parcel that someone's clearly spent a lot more money on than you've spent on them, because that just makes you feel really awkward. But it doesn't necessarily have to be new patterns. It doesn't have to be indie patterns. It doesn't have to be anything in particular. It can be whatever you think the person would like. And if they're vintage patterns, that's fine. Totally fine. And you know, my pattern swap from Alex, she got me the On-D sweater, the Decades of Style Western shirt, and then she also, it was Alex that sent me this one, and I really want to make a couple of these because they're really, I'm wearing a slip right now, they're really useful, and this one's particularly gorgeous. But yeah, so she sent me a vintage pattern as well, so that's totally fine. It's kind of whatever you think your pattern swap partner is going to like. So yeah. Nimoy says kittens. I know. Genova is here. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Susan says, hi Sean, I'm new to sewing and have been inspired by your sew alongs. They are very informative. I'm currently cutting out the Vogue 8577 on the kitchen island whilst my hubby is doing Sunday dinner. Yummy. And you will love her dress. I've got one cut out sat right next to me. Except I missed two panels of the lining because I didn't have enough lining at the time, so I need to get that cut out, and then I think I'll have more motivation. And I also need to cut out the interfacing for it, so I think I'll have more motivation to do that once I've done those things. Jenny Pin says, my half Siamese Ptolemy, silent P, is also more attached to me than a place, and Calpurnia is now 6 and is also becoming more of a demanding of attention than she used to be. Yeah, I do think it's kind of like kids, you know, like when they're kittens they want all the attention, when they're teenagers they hate you, and adolescents they're like, oh no, I can totally look after myself, and then they're just like, you know what, actually, yeah, you're warm, I'll sit on you. So yes. Alex is here. Hello, how are you? Duvalier says hi to Alex. Alison says, hi Alex, you must have been busy as I haven't seen you on social media for a while. And Alex says hi to Duvalier and Alison. Paula says, need to go to my mum now. You may still be chatting when I'm back. Otherwise, have a really lovely Sunday, Sean, and Jane and Peeps, of course. Thank you, Paula. Jen and Pin says, my two come to check on me if they think I've been in the bath too long. It's like, yes, have you drowned in there, human? Why are you voluntarily getting wet, you weirdo? Here, let me wash you. Yeah, I get out of the bath, and then I get my hands get a thorough cleaning from Chi as well. It's like, thanks for that. No. Dublet says, by the way, your parcel is ready. Just was too late to the post office to send it out last week. I'll try to do it tomorrow. No worries at all, Dublet. That's very kind of you. I am going to sit down tomorrow and send out all the parcels, or wrap all the parcels that I need to send out. So that is my plan for tomorrow, because it needs to get done. And that means that there will be less piles of things all around, because I've got piles of things everywhere because I know I want to send them to people. If I put them away, then I really will forget. Noelia's here. Hi, peeps. Hi, Noelia. I really liked your Eve dress that you put up on Instagram. It was very pretty and good sleeve on the sleeve. Noelia had made the straight sleeves on the Eve dress, and they were a bit tight. I've heard that quite a few times. But she didn't have enough fabric to recut them, so she put a little panel in underneath and then put cuffs on the end of the. It was a very clever save.
Very good.
Yes. Alex says to Alison, I needed a break. I'm trying not to get into the toxic positivity stream. I didn't feel okay and needed some food, and a nap always works. And Alex says, ginger fluff is the best thing to get covered in. Yes. Many hugs for you. Many hugs for you, Alex. I have missed you too. Jane is here. Hi, how are you? How is Essex? And I'm loving all your Lizzie skirts that you've been posting recently with the cardigans. They're looking really pretty. And then Alex says hi to Jane. Alison says to Alex, Jane from Essex.
Hello.
Not Jane from you.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It's another Jane.
Bye. Is there another Jane?
Yes, there is another Jane in the world. Only the one, though. Oh wow, there's 106 of us.
Oh,
when did that happen?
Sorry.
Yes. Alex says to Alison, hope you get better soon. Alex says to Alison, I had a definite case of is humanity even worth saving anyway? I am better now.
Oh.
Yeah. Alison says to Alex, thank you, sweetie. Alex says to, hi Jane, sorry didn't know you were there. That meaning you, meaning QQ, meaning you this time. And she says, QQ. I mean hi Jane with the QQ. There we go. Noelia says, thanks Sean, I had to sleep on it before solving the problem. I just could not buy any more, so had to improvise. No, I think it was a clever fix, Noelia. Very clever fix indeed. And yeah, I've had a few of those projects where something's gone, like the very first 9077 that I made. My one's currently still hanging up there. That skirt is just getting wonkier and wonkier by the day. But the very first one of these that I made, I put the collar and the button placket in the way they asked me to, and I hated it to the point where I wasn't going to finish it. The skirt needed hand hemming because I'd sewn the bias binding on, and the sleeves needed their bias binding sewing on, and they needed buttons and buttonholes, and I wasn't going to finish it because I absolutely hated it. And then it occurred to me that I could unpick the placket, take this collar off and put the collar stand on, and then put the collar onto the collar stand, which is, because this has got no collar stand, it's just a collar that folds flat, and I just really don't like it because they want you to reinforce this area and then clip into it, and it just looked messy. And it's probably my execution of it, because there are other people who've made this dress and made it look beautiful. But I just didn't like it, and I didn't like the collar the way it was hanging anyway. So no, but it is still, the skirt's still going crazy over there. I will level it at some point. I will finish this dress because I need to then try it on to make sure I like it with the alterations that I've made to this one, and then there is a sew along coming from that. So I will get there eventually. Duvlay says, don't forget to like the Hangout peeps. Thank you, Duvlay. Jane says, hi, Alex. Jane Invasion. Lol. Thank you for the compliment. It's 3 hours. Makes so easy peasy. Essex is wet. Lol. The Lizzie skirt, it is the Lizzie skirt you use, isn't it, Jane? Well, it looks beautiful, and you've picked some really pretty fabrics, and I always like how you pair it with the different cardigans and tops and things. Noelia says, I can see why you like the Eve dress. It's so nice to wear. Yeah. Dad's going to be really happy because I am going to retrace out the skirt so that I have a long-ish skirt, but I'm going to have it straight across the hem rather than the high-low hem that I usually do. Because I just you know, give it a try. And also the fabric that I have from Australia, Darn Cheap Fabrics, is directional, and so I can't cut it on the cross grain. So I still want that fabric to be that dress because that's what I bought it for. So I need to work out how long I can make the skirt, because I want it longer, because I prefer it longer, straight across without the flip tail at the bottom. The back of the you know what I mean, the low bit of the high-low hem. Oh, words are hard. Julie says drink. Yes, probably a good idea. Alison says, I love that Vogue dress pattern, even though I haven't made it as yet. There is a great YouTube tutorial sewing collars on garments by So Live, a great channel. She is very informative. Ah, cool. I also have a video about how to sew on a collar with a collar stand, if you have not seen that one. That's the method I always use, and I really like it. And I think I don't know why I didn't like that finish. Actually, Emily Hallman has made that dress, and she ended up drafting a facing for the button placket so that it didn't need to be cut into in the way that the pattern would have you do it. And I really like how that turned out, so I might give that a try at some point as well, because I do like the look of it being buttoned right up to the top. And I don't tend to put a buttonhole in a collar stand because it's quite bulky, and I find it's one of the more difficult places to put a buttonhole in well. And I never wear them that buttoned up either. And I don't think I would ever wear them that buttoned up. I like the V. I like that V neck on me. But as I say, she tried it and did a facing on it, and it was a really good idea to finish off that area in a way that didn't end up with you ending up with a really weak point, right? Yeah. Noelia says, Duvelade done. There were only 27 likes though. Oh, got 36 likes now, and there's 119. And Alison says, no, I haven't seen your video, Sean. It's in the mini tutorial series. But I mean, as you say, I haven't heard of So Live. I shall have to check out her channel. Thank you for the recommendation. Yes. Donna's here. Hello from Canada. Thank you, Sean, for applying in your last video how you combine a bodice from one pattern with the sleeves from another to make them fit. Yes, my technical answer was I smooshed them. I literally am winging it by the seat of my pants. I have no idea whatsoever about that. Although I do have, it does work, and that's because the sleeves are voluminous. So I think that's why it works. I do have these two patterns from Simplicity, which were, one was from a present from L'Oreal, and I think this one was a present as well. So this pattern, I believe, talk you through how to adjust the bodice, because this is literally just sleeve patterns. I think they talk you through how to adjust the bodice so that you can put any of these sleeves onto any garment. I mean, like, you know, you really would have to adjust the bodice for this one and this one, because the sleeve goes into the bodice here. This one's really nice. I need to try some of these. Oh, I need to do all the things. Let's see if I can find that quilt book, the Australian quilt pattern that I got from Mum, because it's a really pretty one. It's in a little packet. I think it's named that yeah. There's a book in there as well. Okay. Yeah, here we go. It's called The Cali Star by Westerly Designs, Leonie West. And I found her on YouTube, and she was making these blocks. So I oh no, it's just there is a book that goes with this as well. And I remember I bought the kit and the book. Here it is. Because it shows you all the different ways you can combine the squares as the block once you've made it. So yes, the Callie Star, she has a YouTube channel, and I saw her, and she was, you know, she was like, oh, it's a really good way of using up scraps, and you don't technically have to put on the corners and things like that, so you could just make like a tree skirt out of it and things as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a giant quilt, although the blocks. So yeah, this is the block with that end on it, or you can leave that end off if you want to. And then there's all the templates to do it, and then there's a video that talks you through it as well. And then this book takes you through all the different combinations that you can do with it. See, that's exactly the same quilt, but they've just done it in fewer colors. And one of the nice things as well that she was doing with some of these is she was piecing together thin strips of fabric and then cutting the pieces out. So that's how she ended up with this effect. And that's just doing it with solid fabrics, so just cutting out the templates without having pieced them. But you can do many. See, yeah, tree skirt, Mum. Tree skirt.
That's pretty.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can do lots of different things with them, and that's why they put this book together, was to try and show you every single combination of these different quilt blocks. Actually, it's really funny looking at that in real life. It does. You can. There looks like there's a circular cross in it on screen, but in real life, it doesn't look as defined. That's really interesting. But they are large blocks. They are definitely large blocks. So, like, and then there's different ways you can do the triangles and go onto the. So there are many possibilities. Many possibilities with this thing. I mean, like, you know, loads. So actually, yeah, they're quite cool, and they're the smaller triangular bits that you could.
I'll be there in a minute. I'm just doing Susie's.
What are you doing to it?
Putting a big buttonhole in the right place for her lead to come through. Yeah.
So yes, anyway, that was the Australian quilt designer that I came across. What was the name of
I do get carried away making my own designs as well.
Oh yeah, no, which is
yeah, I know.
Yeah. Actually, I bought Mum the K Wood Star Maker templates. I bought them for myself, and that's when we weren't living together, and now we've got 2 sets of them. But you did use those for the dragon quilt.
I did.
So yeah, because I've got all my quilting fabrics up there, and you guys have seen my strawberry Lone Star quilt that I made that still needs to be quilted. I will get around to that. Straight line quilting, it's so boring. The trouble is I've already done, because what would be nicer is stippling, but I'd have to unpick a whole bunch of quilting because I've already done one corner. But I suppose I've only done one corner. Maybe, we'll see. Sorry, but I way overbought on the strawberry fabric, and I ended up cutting a lot of 2-inch strips out of it. And so that I could, my plan was to go through the Star Maker book and make a sample of each type of star. and then just sew it into a big splodge of a quilt. You know, no rhyme or reason. The only thing that would tie it together is the fact that it is all the same fabrics. I haven't got around to that yet. I haven't made a quilt since the Lone Star one, so yeah, I need to pull my finger out. Could I some too?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Could I have thinner slice? Don't let Dad cut it.
Yeah.
Donna says, hello from Canada. Thank you, Sean. I read that one, sorry. Maikie's here. She says, hi, this is Maikie from the Netherlands. Lovely to join you again. I have the same pattern with vintage sleeves, but never used it, so appreciate your advice as well. Yeah, we'll have to have a look into that, won't we? Because I actually recommended that in one of my Get the Look for Less videos for the Givenchy bodysuit, which was black jersey and then had giant lace billowy sleeves. And I still want to do that. And I have some lace in my stash that I think I have enough of to do that with. Yeah, I need to try that. Divle says, right, time to make a fresh cup of tea after seeing you drink yours. Enjoy. Alison says, I should have bought those Simplicity patterns at Spotlight sale that just ended. Next time, Alison, next time. Makey, I read that one. Jenna Pin says 25% sale on Simplicity patterns at the moment. Nice. Donna says, ooh, those sleeve patterns look great. Noy says that's very pretty quilts. Ruth Ann says, good morning, peeps. Good morning, Ruth Ann. Gaynor says, afternoon, usually watch later, but not today. But today, not feeling great. So did some hand sewing, then just got out of the bath watching you. Have sewing over 55 years. Amazing how you can still learn. Oh, thank you for joining us, Gaynor, and I hope you feel better soon. Joan says, trying to watch while knitting, but my housemate's cat has decided it's more important that I fuss him. I mean, obviously. Alison says, the Caddy style pattern is gorgeous. I do love traditional style quilts, and we'll take a look at it online. And Jolie says, hello, everybody. I'm from France and trying to understand the conversation. Hello, Jolie. Your English is brilliant. Bonjour. Or, yeah. Bonjour. Comment ça va? I think that's right. I'm so sorry if it's not. It's not. I'm not trying to be rude intentionally. My French is terrible. I haven't taken French since I was 16. That was a long time ago. Right, let's put this back. Okay. So I haven't put these ones in my stash yet. Where are they going to go? I think this one needs to go in here. These are all retro patterns. Do I have room? Oh, they could go in here. There we go. That's something tidied away. I need to order some more dress hooks. Or skirt hooks even. And we need to try and work out how to put these press studs into Dad's gilet. Because I genuinely watch a YouTube video every time I need to do it. So who knows? Who knows? Right. Just make you a little bit smaller because I want to see. Oh, we've got lots more people signing up for the pattern swap. Uh-huh. Oh, lots of people signing up for the pattern swap. It's very exciting. Thank you. Not making too much noise outside. Right, okay. So what should we do? Should we do some sewing? Depends, because I haven't cut any interfacing out for this one, so I might need to oh no, I need to take the needle out and change the needle and stuff. So yeah, we might need to try and cut some interfacing out at the same time, which could be interesting. We shall see. Okay. Right. Okay. Concentration face. So, and I need to sew that back on. My button came off my cardigan. But it came off at the top, so you can't really tell. So I haven't sewn it back on yet. I'm being lazy. Noelia says, how are you getting on with your pirate collection? I have made a skirt and a dress so far, which is not great, but this is one of the things that's going to, this is one of the things that is included in that collection. So I'm going to get on with sewing that. I also want to start work on the princess coat. Okay, let me just put my sharp box away, because I was chatting to you guys last time and I got confused halfway through, and then I just, yeah, ended up with things where they don't usually go, and then it just, that confused me further, and it was a thing. So yeah, let's clean this all out. Get rid of any little bit of fluff. A lot of fluff. Lot of fluff. Do not want the fluff. Yeah, sorry about the angle grinding. Okay. Right, now I need to oil. Just gonna give that a little sweep. Put some oil in. Whoopsie. Didn't even squeeze that and it came out too much. So let's cheapen spacing. Clean that up in the bin. Shut the door. Let's see. Let's see. Anna's arrived. Hiya, all and all. I am here. How are you? Very well, thank you, Anna. How are you? Olivia says, does anyone follow on Instagram? Can you sew this for me page? I love the posts. If anything, it will make you laugh literally out loud. Yes, I do. Did you see the one about the lady that worked in a library? Wasn't you, was it, Nimue? And who did embroidery? And one of her colleagues asked her to embroider some stuff for her and didn't want to pay her, or wanted to underpay her or something. So the lady went and got the books that she used to learn to embroider and said to her, deadpan, teach yourself. That's how I learned. And apparently the colleague that had asked reported her to her HR for being rude and threatening. Apparently HR kind of laughed, and the lady has now agreed to pay her what she'd asked for hand embroidery. I mean, I wouldn't ask anyone to make hand embroidery for me because I wouldn't be able to afford their prices, and it's not because they're expensive, it's because it's out of my budget. I thought that was a really interesting, I think it was Jojo who posted that in the Peeps group, I think. But it was a post along the lines of, we've got to stop saying that artists and dressmakers and, you know, creative people, we've got to stop saying that they're too expensive. What we need to get into saying is that they're out of my price range, they're out of my budget, because that's more accurate. They're not too expensive at all. The majority of time they are underpricing themselves. So I thought that was a very well thought out way of saying it. It's just that the majority of stuff is just not in my budget. And, you know, that's true. There are lots. I mean, does anybody follow Sosteen on Instagram? She has a YouTube channel as well. She makes historical period costumes, and they're stunning. And she digitizes the embroidery herself and embroiders them herself, and they are just stunning. And she does have an online shop where she makes pockets and housewife kits that are embroidered, and they're gorgeous. But she's also a full-time mum and a full-time doctor. Like, I mean, she's obviously a full-time mum because she's, you know, once you're a mum, you're always a full-time mum. But she's a doctor as well, and I just find her very inspiring. Why is this not feeding? There we go. Very, very inspiring. But yes, Can You Sew This For Me is a genius. They've just hit 25,000 subscribers, haven't they? It's a genius Instagram page. Giant piece of fluff. So, right, let's thread this. Oh. I don't usually have this much trouble. There we go. Proper concentration phase there. Okay. Pick up. So we've got that foot on and cut my bobbin thread. Okay, right, all nicely threaded with the new needle, cleaned and oiled. Catch up with the chat. Alison says to Anna, hello. Leslie says, do you clean at the fluff every time you start to sew? Yes, it's a habit that I've gotten into. My repair guy loves me for it, and he's the one that also said to oil it pretty much daily as well. Jolie says, I love your channel so much. I bought a lot of sewing patterns after watching your videos. I am so sorry, but thank you very much. Merci. I think, yeah. That's all I can think to say. Sorry, my oh dear. Yes. Jane says, are you doing Vlogmas this year? Where are you going advent calendar wise? My gin calendar taunts me daily. Haha. So if you've watched the last couple of hangouts, you will know that I have brought Mum some stuff that I'm going to make into an advent calendar. And Dad, I'm going to go for one from the German company that I bought the last couple of years from. He had licorice last year, and that is an option, but I think I'm going to go for the crunchy version. And for me, I'm thinking chocolate liqueurs, because a little shot of alcohol in the morning seems like a really good idea. But yes, I am definitely doing Vlogmas. I have no idea what Vlogmas is going to look like this year. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of decorating. Oh, Judith just signed up for the pattern swap. Yay. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of decorating. So yes, but I am going to be doing Vlogmas. I wanted to do Vlogtober, but obviously I was spending the first 10 days of October with Wilson and not doing anything that just not doing anything other than playing games, watching TV, cooking and drinking. So that would have been very dull very quickly. And yeah, so Vlogtober this year did not happen, obviously, but Vlogmas will be for sure. Carolyn says, working on a Winslet wallet, like the NCW with less bulk. Ooh, nice. Crafting Bev says, I do cross-stitching. A couple of years ago, somebody asked me to do a very labour-intensive piece and only wanted to pay me $15. We were looking at least a month of stitching and did not make it good. I think that's one of the nice things about that one, is that a lot of people have, it's given them the confidence to say no as well, which is a good thing, because a lot of people get bullied into doing things they really don't want to do. And yeah, let's see. Olivia says, yes, oh my gosh, I can't believe the nerve of some people and the proverbial £50 payment. Yes, can you make me the Cinderella dress? 50 quid will cover it, right? Yeah. Alison says, I've just posted a picture of Australian themed quilting patterns on the Facebook Peeps page. They're very cute. They are from beautiful quilting shop that's in Rochester. Nice. Carol says, Sostein's work is amazing. You are not wrong, Carol. It is absolutely stunning. I think I showed you guys last time as well. Woo! Tea and toast. Thank you very much. Merci. I always like the way that Dad makes toast because you get a lot of butter.
Oh, what?
A lot of butter.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I just said I always like the way you make toast. Yeah. Flower says, I have done hand embroidery and it's labor intensive. How rude to ask for free services for any sewing. I know. I mean, I've got, oh, you can't see it. That one there was my present from Melanie from New Zealand a couple of Christmases ago. And she was pattern swap partners with me, and she's taken the time to hand embroider that. How beautiful is that? Like, absolutely stunning. And I mean, obviously above and beyond, if you want to put handmade gifts into your pattern swap parcels, you're more than welcome to do so. But they, I mean, I appreciate that they're a labor of love, and this is just so gorgeous. So it's next to my Be Happy plaque that Anna got me. I'm planning on getting a much larger embroidery hoop and putting all my sewing pins on it because I keep getting loads of them. And they're at the moment that I was going to put them on a denim jacket, but I just thought about it and I probably wouldn't wear it. I'd rather have patches on a jacket. So yeah, I'm going to get a bigger one of those and put all my sewing based pins on there. Craft and Bev, she got angry at me because she said that it was at least $200 worth of work. Wow. I just don't understand how people can get angry. Like I experienced that a couple of times when I had the shop. There was one lady who clearly sewed. Her friend walked past and I was only charging £150 for a cotton dress, which when you can buy them on the high street for, 20 quid is a lot of money. But when you think about it, a custom made, hand fitted cotton dress, 150 quid was way too cheap. And this group walked past and this lady looked at it. And she said to her friend, see, 150 quid, you can charge that much. And the woman was like, not where I live. And I said, well, people do pay that. And she went, they might do where here, but they wouldn't where I live. And she was really rude. And it was just like, well, okay, fine. But that's not the fault of the artisan or you. You deserve to be paid well for your time. It's more a commentary on the fact that we are very used to fast fashion and that kind of thing. And it was a little bit disheartening. That's another reason I stopped doing it, because it was disheartening. But yeah. Where did I get to? Olivia says, I love Sostein. Yes. Julie says, oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Come back. Julie said, I took a year embroidering my skirt and it's beautiful, Julie, with all those, oh, so pretty. Jolie is happy face. Caleb says, oh my God, I'm such a fan of you. Thank you very much. Welcome. And Alison says, I have never oiled my Benina. Oh dear. Jane says, haha, mine will be a double gin daily. Nice. I was going to get the Brewdog calendar for myself, but I thought a beer every day, especially in the morning, no. So I was going to get it for Wilson, but he's not really big on that kind of aspect of Christmas. If we were living together, I would have got it for him, but we're not, so I'm not going to get it for him. I'll put that money towards a computer game for part of his Christmas present. Anna says, I've signed up for the swap. I was really looking forward to it. Glad it's going ahead. Thank you, Anna. I got your email. Caleb says, aesthetic happy Halloween for me, I guess. Julia says, hi everyone, struggling to get motivated today, and I have a week off work with no plans other than sewing. That sounds like a lot of fun, but don't stress yourself out about it. If you don't feel like sewing, you don't feel like sewing. Olivia says, such a nice daddy. Yep. Caleb said, yum, looks so good. It is. Flower says, some of my hand embroidery from 25 years ago is not finished because it's so time and labor intensive. And Carol says, Sosteen is embroidering a frock coat for her son. There are gummy bears in the flowers. Just came up in my Insta feed. I love it. And have you seen the little angry gummy bear that lives in the flowers? And then there's the happy gummy bears along the edge, the edge of the embroidery. She's so talented and clever. And the amount of stuff that she makes as well. And she is a full-time doctor. Does the woman not sleep? Donna says, what a wonderful dad providing nourishment. Definitely. Although this toast is rock hard. Cassie says, my problem isn't being underpaid. My problem is that while they're paying me whatever I ask, they want it tomorrow, but they aren't available for fittings. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Judy says, no, get a Norwegian forest cat. I love Norwegian forest cats. Nimoy says, oh no, just got an email that True Fabrics is going out of business. So I at least treated myself to some Malaysian batik before it's all gone. Oh, sad. Sweet daddy in French is tartines bon appetit. Thank you. Nimoy says they're a company specializing in ethnic fabrics sourced responsibly. Oh, I'm so sorry they're going out of business. Olivia says, beautiful, how sweet. I'm learning hand embroidery, but with arthritis, I don't know how much I can do at one time. Oh, yeah. Craft and Bev says, Olivia, I have arthritis also in my hand, and there are gloves that they make we can wear that help. Oh, cool. Olivia says, so sad people just don't want to pay for one of a kind and just fine with wearing what everyone else is wearing. Craft and Bev says, stupid autocorrect. I did not make them, I bought them. The gloves. Anna says, fast fashion has so much to answer for. It takes away the reality of how much time is involved in all the materials needed. I will not mention the environmental impact and people's welfare, and then some. Yeah, agreed, Anna. It's the sheer volume of stuff that we are told that we need as well. I mean, I am not one to speak. I have a giant wardrobe. I enjoy clothes. I like having options, and I like being able to wear whatever takes my fancy. But I mean, realistically, I don't need the amount of clothes that I have. I don't need to ever make clothes again. I have more than enough to keep me clothed forever, but I enjoy the process of it. But that is something that has massively changed, is our sheer consumption of those kind of things. And as you say, things aren't made to last. They are made to be disposable, to be worn a couple of times, and then someone else has seen in it, so you wear something different. Nimue says people gripe about the terrible conditions in the garment industry, but won't pay someone earning a decent living for sewing. They don't even put these things together. Yeah, it's like that. The Lyrica Matoshi dress, the strawberry dress. It was $500. I mean, $495 or $485, which, considering the amount of work that went into it and the fact that she does have her things made ethically, that's a big part of her brand, is that things are made ethically in-house as much as possible, I believe, and by a team of women. That price tag was unbelievable because it was so low, but there were all these knockoffs of the strawberry dress that people, you know, like AliExpress and eBay and those kind of things, that are coming out because people are not willing to spend $500 on this dress. I understand it's a statement piece. It's not like an everyday dress. It's not like an everyday coat. Like, I can understand people be like, well, $500 on a coat, which I'm going to use the entire winter. Yes. $500 on a party dress. No. But that doesn't mean to say that you then get to go and buy it cheaper, because it won't be as good quality. It will have involved some form of exploitation. And if you can't afford the original, it's not because it's overpriced, it's because it's out of your budget. And that's, yeah. I still am really tempted to make that dress, but I want to make it in black. I found the fabric on Etsy, and it comes in 5 different colors, and I want to get the black one and make that because I think it's gorgeous, gorgeous dress. And I think it would be fun, but I would be making it more because it's a gorgeous, gorgeous dress, and I think it would be fun, but I wouldn't have anywhere to wear it. And it would be, I mean, it's kind of the moment slightly past, but it would also be a great video for the channel. But I already have giant plans for the rest of the year. I've told you guys I'm not buying any more fabric for the rest of the year, and I'm trying to stick to that. Rachel did test me yesterday with that beautiful rib knit that she got from Higgs and Higgs, and I went and had a look, and they have it in ochre, and I was just like, and I didn't buy it because I have the entirety of that side of my table underneath there is full of knit fabrics. I don't need any more. I really don't, but I want it. But I need to be more responsible with my money for a start, and I also need to be more responsible with my intake, because once I've made all those dresses and fabrics up, where the hell am I going to store all those clothes? My wardrobe is not that big yet. I would love to have a giant wardrobe room, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a very fraught topic, isn't it? But I suppose it shouldn't be. It should be something that we all discuss, and that, I mean, we as sewists are making efforts to slow down our intake of fast fashion because we enjoy making it ourselves. But yeah. Olivia says to Craft in Bev, I wear some gloves that I bought at Joann's and they help so much, but cannot imagine hours and hours of embroidery at one time. Vox says, Peeps, I don't have an overlock machine. I've just got an overlock foot for my normal machine. Does anyone have it? What do you think? I don't. I have seen them, but I don't have one for my machine. Although my machine does do an overlock stitch. This one does, but it doesn't cut the fabric. So I don't know. Anybody else got any insights? Crafting Bev says, I like the hand stitching, but I also like doing all my crafting because it helps me with depression and keeps me out of the kitchen so that I can keep losing weight. Caroline says, when Mum left home, she had 2 pairs of everything, undie-wise, 1 dress, 1 blouse, 1 skirt, and 1 twin set. This thing of you need to be seen in a new outfit every time you go out, and also social media, you can't post the same thing on social media over and over again, is ridiculous. investing in quality pieces that are going to last you for a lifetime, whether it be sewing, you know, or shop bought, is so the way forward. Duvalier says, I think we forget how much not even the highest quality garments used to cost, where a lower middle class family weren't able to afford to update their wardrobes completely several times a year. Definitely. I thought that was interesting in Little Women, the recent adaptation, when I think it was, which character did Emma Watson play? I think it's Meg. But when she was married, and her friend was trying to guilt trip her into buying the silk, and her husband was like, "It's okay, I'll go without an overcoat this year for a silk party dress." And obviously, she ended up selling it, and he got the overcoat. But it was interesting that was the decision. It wasn't like oh well, I'll have the silk party dress, you can get the new overcoat, the kids will have this. It was we have the silk party dress, and I just won't have a new coat this year. It'll be fine. Right, yeah. Anessa says, hello, Sean and everyone. Hi, Anessa, how are you? Olivia says, did you see that one Rachel Makesy did regarding the strawberry dress? Yes, I did. The Halloween version of it is gorgeous. Duvalier says, I tried to buy secondhand clothes or make them myself. I think that's one of the ways to help out and consume less of fast fashion. My best friend only buys secondhand clothes. She's asked me to make her like a dressing gown, robe, glamorous housecoat type thing, which I showed you the folklore patterns I can't say it, but the like cocoon style coat. But that will probably be, and I've got other fabric and pattern for a dress for her when she finally lets me measure her. But that will be the only new things that she has. Everything else she gets has always been secondhand, and for exactly the same reason, so that she's not adding to the. Apparently, there's something like there's enough clothing in the world for everyone to be clothed for like the next X amount of years or something already. And I'm not trying to say that we should stop making or buying clothes, because I don't want to. I want the new things. I get such pleasure out of it. I just think we need to be, as Duvalier has said, more kind of like aware and ethically responsible about it all. Because I know the fabric industry is, I think, the second largest polluter, the clothing industry, but we need to wake up to the fact that the man walking back and forth, you can't see him, that we do only have the one planet, and we need to be much more respectful and careful of it. There's so many more eco-friendly fabrics that are coming out now. I think the stuff that Rachel had was an Ecotech, which is made using less water and things like that as well. So yeah. Craft and Bev says, you making all your clothes sounds like me with all I make. I ended up having to get a storage unit just to store all my holiday decorations. Yeah. I think when I finally get my own house, I'm totally going to decorate for every season. I think that's a very American tradition, but I love it. I think it's lovely. Carol says dresses used to have a day bodice and an evening bodice, and when the styles changed, they were altered to the new styles. Yeah, I think Liam, Nikki Liam, she has a YouTube channel as well, and an Instagram, and she has a blue silk skirt, or she has a blue silk outfit set that I think has 5 different bodices and 2 different skirts, and it's stunning. And yeah, like you say, you know, they were altered and made up and made over to reflect the new styles that were in vogue. One of my favorite books is Arabella by Georgette Heyer, and she is the eldest daughter of an impoverished family. Like the mother came from a wealthy background, but the father was a younger son and he's a vicar, and provides for them all, but they only have 1,000 a year as a dowry, or 1,000 as a dowry. So they're not wealthy women. And the mum had a season in Harrogate, I believe, and had met the vicar there and fell in love, and they were both very handsome, and so they made beautiful children. But she'd kept all of her finery from when she was living in a wealthier household, and when her daughter's godmother married a baron and lives in London and doesn't have a daughter herself, so is offered to present Arabella at court and in the London season. And when that offer comes through, she gets all the finery out of the attic, and it's obviously gone from pre-Regency to Regency. So the Regency era was kind of white muslins and high, Empire line and all very demure and sort of like more muted colors and things like that. And it's like striped polonaise and all these things, and the magenta stripes and green cherries and all these kind of things that were adorning her mother's dresses. And the daughters are in horror thinking of Mama going out wearing these things. But there was fur from a cloak that they made into a muff, and like to trim, because the fur cloak wouldn't have been appropriate anymore, it wasn't in fashion, but they trimmed like some of the little pelisses and things with it all. So the whole kind of making things over to fit with the current. I mean, you guys all know how much I hate alterations, so no, it would have driven me nuts. But that's what you do. Toast is hard. Olivia says, I would buy new items every year, but now I haven't shopped for new clothes in years. I stopped buying new clothes probably about 8 years ago now. I do buy every now and again. I do buy an occasional something, slips from Next, a shirt from Oasis, because I just loved the print, and it was a collaboration with the London Zoo, and so profits went to the London Zoo. And a couple of pairs of jeans, and the pansy trousers that I've fixed. So I've bought a few things over the years, but nothing like I used to. When I got my very first job, I remember payday, and it was £129 for a month of work, full-time work, because I was on £29 a week. I used to go out on payday in my lunch hour and spend it all on clothes, because Mum and Dad were very kindly subsidising a lot. I didn't pay rent, and I paid for my travel into and out of work and food, but the rest of it went on clothes on payday. And I'd come back to the shop with bags of stuff, and they'd look at me like I was mental, but it was a fixation. It wasn't I mean, I loved all the stuff I bought, and I wore it all, but I didn't need it, and I shouldn't have bought it all. That was when I was 16. My fascination with clothes started early. Cassie Hall says, as much as I love Sex and the City, I believe they have a lot to answer for, in that the girls were never seen twice in an outfit, with a few exceptions. This has very much perpetuated this idea in society. Agreed. I think my favourite repeat was the newspaper, the Dior newsprint dress. I was obsessed with that dress. To the point where I was trying to hunt down fabric to try and make it myself, because I knew I'd never going to be able to afford Dior. But she wore that in the movie, one of the movies, I believe. But yeah, there were very few repeats of outfits, and you can kind of understand it from a aesthetic. I watched a review actually yesterday on YouTube of Emily in Paris. I've watched all of Emily in Paris. I watched it because it was light and fluffy. It was not good, and there are so many criticisms of it, and they are mostly dead on, because it wasn't good, which was really disappointing from Darren Star. And Patricia Field, the main character, like, why? Oh yeah, it was just, yeah. And the critique of the critique that I watched last night was of Emily's fashion, not so much the show itself, just of the fashion. And the woman was right. Who said it made sense. Like, Emily had so much Chanel, like hundreds of thousands of dollars of Chanel in her wardrobe, not going into Louboutin and Dolce & Gabbana and all of those other designers, just hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Chanel in bags and outfits. And where did she get the money from for this? And it wasn't like it was vintage Chanel that she could have picked up at a discounted price, although Chanel never really drops in price, does it? It was all modern and no. Sorry, that was a tangent, wasn't it? Has anyone else watched Emily in Paris? What did you guys think? I mean, it was fluffy. I enjoyed it superficially, but not in any other meaningful way. And I was so annoyed with Patricia Field. Olivia says, I still watch I Love Lucy. She, along with the rest of the cast, wore the same outfits, including formals, over and over again, back when it was expected. Cecilia says, speaking of decorating for every season, I'm American and have never done it. I like my house the way it is, and changing things up maybe once a year can understand the joys of season, but can understand the joy of seasonal change. I think it is something that, again, having just watched the Gilmore Girls all the way through, I know that they don't decorate their house, but Stars Hollow obviously decorates for every season. And a lot of YouTube channels that I follow are American, and they're all currently have got pumpkins and fall leaves on the inside of their houses, and it looks so beautiful and fun. Having said that, I don't enjoy the chore of having to take decorations down, but I wonder if it's because that's it for the year, because we only decorate our house at Christmas. So I was just wondering that if it wouldn't feel like so much of a chore, because you're not just taking decorations down, you're then redecorating for a new season. Because the house always looks so flat after we've taken everything down in January. And then January is just depressing. Mum hates January. And I don't know how I would decorate a house for January. Like a seasonal one. But I'm just wondering if like having a seasonal change might make it a little bit less of a chore to take the decorations down. Jubilee says, I wore the same party gown for 4 different parties, so now I'll just shorten the hem to knee length from floor length and wear it just as a summer dress. The shape of the dress is of a very simple design. I think that's a really good idea. Kim is here from New Zealand. She says, hello, I do enjoy seeing what you're making. I'm going to try some dresses for myself for this summer. Thank you. You're welcome, Kim, and thank you for joining us. Olivia says, your dad really toasted that bread. Yes. I think apparently the toaster, because mum and dad's toaster broke, so I gave them my one, but apparently my one is nearly broken as well, and it just makes the bread really hard, and I think that's what dad's done with this. So it's really tasty. Like the underneath of it's fine. Craft and Bev says, I could spend $300 or $400 every month on fabric and other supplies, but then my bills would not get paid. I had to put myself in a very tight budget so that my bills always get paid. Yeah. I need to start putting myself on a stricter budget. Although I tried that one year and it really didn't work. So I'm trying the whole kind of like sew up what I have. I'm just gonna go and grab a tissue, guys. 2 secs. Talk amongst yourselves. Right, I'm working my way through it. I'm nearly done. Oh, it's warm in here. It's lovely. Oh, right. Where did I get to with the chat? Olivia says, I pay my bills first, and if I don't have dollars after that, then I'm okay because I have what I need. Something I had to learn. Yes, I am at least at that point. I do pay my bills first. And yeah, my what I need to be doing with my excess income is putting it into a savings account. Or some of it as well, because I need to have that happy balance of not, because I can't, if I tell myself I can't spend anything, then I will just go on a splurge. It'll last for a while, and then I'll just go on a giant splurge because I've done that before. So I think I need to set myself a monthly budget, which is fine. And I set myself that 1 year. It was like £100 a month, and that is a lot of money. That is a lot of money, and I completely blew the budget. I think the yearly budget, I blew it within the first 6 months of the year because I went to the knitting and stitching show, and I was trying to like include that, and that was my giant splurge weekend. And I'd save up for it, but I was still spending the other month. I wasn't saving 4 months of my £100 allowance. I was still spending the £100 allowance and then saving up for the £400 blowout as well. So yeah, I need to have a much happier balance. I do pay rent, by the way, and I do pay bills. I've had emails in the past from people saying that I'm very lucky that I'm such a spoiled princess and that mummy and daddy pay for everything, but not everybody's lives are like that. And I do know that. I do pay rent. I don't pay a lot of rent, but I do pay rent. And I do pay bills. So, not that any of you are accusing me or anything, and I don't have to justify myself to anybody, I know that, but yeah. Craft and Bev says, I did not like Emily in Paris. I only watched the very first episode and then haven't watched any more. I watched all of it. Shinova says, I liked it because it was lighthearted. Yeah, I agree. Totally lighthearted. But like I say, I watched all of it. So I clearly didn't hate it. It was just one of those things where it was just, there was no character development. There was no arc. Everything had to be on her terms. And I know she went there to inject some American point of view, but she didn't kind of want to take on any French point of view whatsoever. I think that was the major criticism, that there was just no growth in her character. She was exactly the same person at the end of the series as she was at the beginning. She just had some experiences. And you know, if again, there was nothing wrong with it superficially, and it was very lighthearted, and I did enjoy watching it for that reason. But the fashion, Sylvie's outfits were beautiful, so gorgeous and well done. But Emily was just just weird. Yeah. Maria says, I feel like it's escapism for me to see lots of crazy, beautiful outfits in TV shows. I thought Emily in Paris was horrible. Watched it for the outfits. Alex says, I tried to hate watch it because of the reviews. Couldn't watch more than a couple of minutes. Emily in Paris. Can't stand stereotyping people. Yeah, it was very, very heavily criticised for the stereotypes that it did put in. Cassie says, Bewitched was amazing with reusing their wardrobe. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's a reflection of what everyday life is like. You know, there isn't a new outfit for every day or every occasion. And you're right, Sex and the City, Carrie had a new outfit for every day, every occasion, and a different pair of shoes as well. And it kind of made sense because she was fashion obsessed. But it would have been nice to see her have some real statement pieces that staple pieces, even maybe, that she wore with statement pieces but re-wore some things. Noelia says, I watched it with my daughter. Yes, light and fluffy, but not much substance. Emily's outfits were hideous in my personal opinion, and my daughter, who is 14. There was a lot of things that she wore when you put them all together that were just awful. But the individual pieces, like that Dolce & Gabbana floral dress, and I mean, you guys know I love Dolce & Gabbana. And the green Chanel jacket, beautiful. And the one outfit that I did like actually was when she was out shopping with the Chanel top, the ruffled Chanel top and the jeans. That was really nice. But there were, and her Audrey Hepburn look was stunning as well. But it was just the way that everything got piled on top of each other. Like her opening outfit, the shirt with the skirt with the Louboutin boots, I thought was one of the better ones, but it still was just a bit much. But I mean, that's the thing. Fashion is subjective. So I know there are a lot of people out there who don't like the kind of things that I wear, but they like seeing me in it because they know that I enjoy it, and that is absolutely fine. But there are also other people out there who tell me that they don't like what I wear. Again, that tends to be private emails, because you guys tend to savage them in the comments if they're rude in real life. There was one lady that commented about some shoes that I'd bought, and she got savaged, so she withdrew her comment. It was like, oh gosh. Again, we're getting into the whole kind of like, you're entitled to your opinion, but do you really need to let the other person know if it's negative? Are they hurting anyone? No, then leave them alone. So, yeah. Caroline says, agreed. The plot, the story, etc. was but the clothes. Genova says, it always bugged me in Sex and the City that Carrie couldn't afford the rent but had millions of different shoes. Yep. It was Carrie in Sex and the City that was the reason I have a pair of Manolo Blahniks. I love them. I bought the most boring ones though. They're black sandals. They're gorgeous. They are gorgeous. I still have them. I'll never get rid of them. They were £500, probably 20 years ago now. I think Manolo Blahniks are around £900. And mine are an actual lizard skin as well. So mine would probably be way more expensive now because it's an exotic leather. I didn't know that at the time. I probably wouldn't have bought them if I had known that. They are beautiful. I still have them. I wear them occasionally. I'm terrified of ruining them, but I do wear them occasionally. But the entire reason that I bought Manolo Blahniks was because of Sex and the City and Carrie Bradshaw. And that's where my obsession with, I mean, I always had an obsession with shoes, but I didn't have to have the expensive shoes. And if you've seen, I have done my shoe collection. I do have quite a few pairs of designer shoes, probably about 12 pairs of designer shoes. And they are gorgeous, and I absolutely love them, but I'm terrified of wearing every single one of them. Okay, I'm done. I'm just going to put this up here for now. And again, I'm not sitting here trying to preach that people should have one set of clothing to wear, one set of clothing to wash, and that's it. Because as you guys know, I have the world's giantest wardrobe, and I fully intend to add more to it. But I think we just need to be more conscientious about where clothes comes from, and which we all are being. So you know. Flower says, I saw a designer dress shop about 3 years back here in Australia that had an easy, simple shift tent dress without a zip a couple of years back, and these dresses cost 269 Australian dollars. Wow. Yeah. Carol says, Emily in Paris, the only show that I've binge watched in one day, light and fluffy, Devil Wears Prada in Paris with the social media. Yeah. And it was Patricia Fields who did the fashion in Devil Wears Prada as well, and that's one of my favorite films. I love that film. And again, the review that I watched last night was comparing it to Sex and the City and Devil Wears Prada, and she sort of made the point that with Andy, although she had no interest in fashion, she did want to be a writer. And the scene where she goes to Stanley Tucci and was just like, why is she being so mean to me? And he's like, what do you want me to say? Poor you, poor you. There are 100 girls out there who would kill for your job. Appreciate what you've got. I mean, Amanda Priestley was a beast. But when you actually look at some of the things that she was requested to do, and especially in the book as well, it was a lot, but it wasn't all of them the ridiculous requests, like the Harry Potter novel. That was ridiculous. But it was this arc when Andy kind of woke up and realized that, you know what, I am in this particular genre of the industry that I want to be in. I might as well embrace it and learn what I can from it. And that's what the lady was making the point about Emily in Paris, is that she didn't try and immerse herself in the French culture. She didn't take on, you know, there was no growth or character development for her. And I mean, to be fair, like, it's not War and Peace. It's not supposed to be something that everyone takes away, like, you know, learning the secrets of the universe from it. It is light and fluffy. The Devil Wears Prada is light and fluffy, but there was a character arc with that one. The fashion in The Devil Wears Prada. So good. Like, so good. And wacky. Like those Chanel thigh-high leather boots. Oh my god! But yeah, it was. But yeah, I mean, I watched all of it. Wanted to carry on watching it. It was, you know, I wasn't feeling great at the time, so it was light and fluffy entertainment that I could have on and kind of ignore. But yeah, nothing wrong with having enjoyed it. Carol's read that one. Flower says these shift dresses were throw over your head type with no buttons other than openings at the front or the back. But the dresses were made in cheap labour countries like dirt cheap labour. Oh yeah, no. If they'd have been made by Australians in Australia, then the $269 price tag kind of makes more sense. But if it's they're doing it for fast fashion, but they're not, yeah, no, that's not good. That's not good. Crafting Bev says I decorate for Halloween, fall, Thanksgiving and Christmas. I also put up decorations for other holidays, but not as much for those. A friend of mine who is one of her jobs is a party planner. She decorates for everything like Easter. She has little coloured Easter eggs on branches, and her house always looks so gorgeous. And like I say, I just wonder if having a new season to decorate for would make the chore of taking down old decorations not quite so onerous. So, yeah. Kathy says, I put up snowmen in January. Yeah, I was thinking that snowscape. Nana used to put cotton wool on all of the surfaces and then put all of the ornaments back on top of the cotton wool. It was very labour intensive because we have a lot of trinkets and tchotchkes. I think that's the word. But it looked really pretty. But that was Christmas decorating. Carol says, still on season 1 of my Gilmore Girls rewatch. Oh, enjoy. Don't do like I did. I did watch The Year in the Life because I was having withdrawal symptoms, and it is just as bad as I remember. Pretend that bit doesn't exist. Anna says, I just got my chicken and mushroom soup, sat on the couch trying to balance my bowl and making sure kitty cats do not knock me or dip their tail in my soup. Oh, bless. I love that picture you put up the other day of all of your cats. I think it was all of your cats. Maybe there were 1 or 2 elsewhere because you've got 9, haven't you, Anna? But they were all asleep in a big pile together. That clearly means that they love each other, because cats will only do that if they actually love each other. Like, otherwise they tend to sleep in different places and timeshare apartments, so they don't have to get anywhere near each other. But yeah, that was really cute. Carolyn says, Emily had a very New York City vibe, but not my style, but other ladies were fun. We have to wear clothes, so they might as well be something we love. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, to be fair, if she had loved all of those outfits, then yeah, who are we to criticize her style? I mean, if it was a real person and this has been a documentary, I would not be having this conversation with you, because it would be an opinion that was negative of mine, that whilst I'm allowed it, I wouldn't be putting out into the ether for it to ever get back to her. But yeah, yeah. Alison says, I wonder what happened to all the designer clothes that were not auctioned off that Princess Di wore, as she times wore a dress outfit once. I don't know. I wonder. They're probably in the custody of her sons, and I know a lot of, like you say, a lot of it got auctioned off. So yeah. Where do we get to? Carolyn says, Mrs. Maisel has better outfits, to be honest. Oh, I love Miss Maisel. Carol says, someone move the mannequin. Carol, you're naughty. Duvlay says, oh, Sal's not here, so you're having to take over for him. Duvlay says, I'm trying to remember if Miss Fisher repeated her outfits. I don't think she repeated ensembles, but I think there were pieces of those on. Like, she has some white trousers, and there was one with a navy jacket. There's one with a cream jacket over the top, and I think some of the individual articles of clothing got repeated into different outfits, but I don't think there was ever a repeat of an ensemble. Although when she first meets Dot, there's holes in her stocking, and she's like, "Oh, throw them out, I'll get new ones." And Dot's like, "No, I can darn these." Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I don't think there was ever a repeat of an outfit, and I think the external big statement pieces like the coats and things like that, I don't think you saw those more than a couple of times over the 3 series. I still haven't seen the movie yet. Interesting. Yes. Cecilia says, I've recently discovered an egg pudding recipe that's just water and eggs and a bit of swerve sweetener in it, and I'm addicted. It sounds revolting, but I shall take your word for it, Cecilia. I'm not a fan of the taste of egg yolks, though. Is it? If it was just egg whites, maybe. Noelia says, I wear a uniform 3 days a week and I don't have a big wardrobe, so I have a capsule wardrobe which I change around every 3 months. I've set myself £40 a month and cannot spend more than that. That's good, Noelia. Yeah, every job that I've ever had, I think I've told you guys this before as well, every job I've ever had has always been had to wear a uniform. So all of my clothes have always been my style for, you know, I've never had to dress for an office. Oh no, that tells a lie. I did once when I worked at Churchill. At Churchill and Legal and General. And I remember when I worked at Legal and General, they were planning on giving me a uniform because I was part receptionist, part admin assistant. And I don't think I stayed there long. Well, I was there for 6 months, so they had more than enough time to get me a uniform. But I had suits and things like that. Mum had bought me a suit from Richards. It was a black single-breasted long-line blazer with a short pencil skirt. And I would wear that when I was going to be on the front desk with very loud tops and then the most ridiculous shoes. And I lived just off of King's Road, down from Sloane Square. And I remember really feeling myself when I was walking to work, because I either had to start work at 8 or 10 a.m, which was great because it meant that the tube was never rush hour tube. It was always fairly pleasant. And I'd moved in the beginning of spring. And I remember walking down King's Road in my suit with my sunglasses on, my bright yellow high heels, handbag, on the way to work in the city, on the way to Sloane Square tube station. I mean, it was on the District line, which is also known as the Misery line. It was not remotely glamorous, and the job wasn't glamorous either. But I remember strutting up and down the King's Road when I was going to and from work in stupidly high heels, knowing that I had a long walk, but nope, I was going to wear them. And I loved living there. The house was beautiful. It was a proper mansion, one of the terrace mansions along there, probably Victorian, maybe Edwardian, but I think it was Victorian. But the landlord was, the guy that owned it was old rich lawyer. He'd bought the house for £17,000 in the 60s. It was worth at least sort of 3 or 4 million. But he had I think I've told you guys this before, he had a jacuzzi in the kitchen. And after I'd lived there for about 6 months, he started suggesting more interesting ways to pay the rent. And I was like, I need to leave. And I moved into a flat with a friend in Pimlico, in a very similar house, but it was split up into flats. I should have known better. It was a house in Chelsea for £600 a month, all bills included. I should have known better. But whilst I lived there, I loved it. And King's Road, you know, all the shops along there were just, yeah. Sorry, I went on to a right tangent there, didn't I? Where did I get to? Olivia says, regarding Princess Diana, she did reuse some of the outfits multiple times and altered ones to wear again, but in her position, it was expected of her to wear new. And in modern times, this has changed. Yes. I love the fact that the Queen always wears bright outfits because it's easy to pick her out of a crowd in her bright outfits. And I love her style. And it is a style in and of itself. She has a formula and it works for her. And it's like a uniform and a suit of armor as well. Definitely. But I love the fact that she always wears bright colors so that she's easy to pick out in a crowd. I think that's brilliant. Duvalier says, I got a new job with a salary raise, which I should start next month, so I'll now have more means to save. I'm terrible at saving, and that's a new area I want to better myself. Same here, Duvalier. Carolyn says, we always talk about moving the mannequin, but we need to do it. Let's get the whiff in on it. A remote control motorized mannequin and the whiff could be hilarious. Oh my God, you're trying to give me a heart attack. If that thing starts moving, it's like, nope. Anyone seen the very first of the Chris, what's his name? The new Doctor Who with Rose. The very first one, I think it was moving mannequins, and that freaked me out. Noelia says, I like to wear everything I own, so if I make or buy too many things, I wouldn't be able to wear them all, and this would stress me out. However, clothing buying and making is very personal. Agreed. I'm really looking forward to having a wardrobe resort when we move to the new house, because I'm buying an ottoman bed, so I'll be able to store my seasonal clothes away like I used to. And I will have more storage because I've got 3 inbuilt cupboards, and I'm going to have standalone wardrobes from IKEA as well. So I'm going to have a lot of storage in my bedroom. That's the whole, I mean, I'm condensing an entire flat into one bedroom. So I will have a lot of storage in there, but I'm going to go through and reorganize again, because there's a lot of stuff in there that I need to lose 1.5 stones to be able to wear. And I'm not committing to losing it. I'm maintaining the weight that I am, which is great. I'm not putting any more weight on, but I'm not losing it because I'm not exercising regularly. I do every now and again. I start it, and then the next day I'm in so much pain that I'm like, oh no, I don't want to do this. And I'm eating what I want to eat rather than trying to stick within the calorie budget that I've got on Noom. So I really need to sort that out, because I've got all these clothes that are beautiful but that don't fit me at the moment. And I need to lose 1.5 stones to get into them. But then all the stuff that I'm making at the moment fits me beautifully, which will mean it will be too big. Now, it's easier to take things in. I can't let things out, obviously. But yeah, I'm thinking about going through and taking out everything that I can't wear because it's too small and storing it away. And I want to see what my wardrobe looks like then, because there's a lot of stuff in there that I cannot get into that I love. And I go to the wardrobe in the morning and I'm like, oh, it's so pretty. And I try and put it on and it doesn't fit. And then I get upset. So it would be interesting psychologically to see how it affects my mood in the morning, getting dressed, when I go to a wardrobe that's full of stuff that I know fits. And I don't want to get rid of a lot of the other stuff that's smaller. So putting it away in storage in the ottoman bed, I'm going to get the IKEA zip up canvas bags to store it in rather than plastic bags this time, because less wasteful for the environment and also probably better for the clothes. So yeah, I think that's going to be interesting to see how that affects my mood and getting dressed in the morning, because it is a little bit depressing going through and going, oh, I can't fit into that. So maybe outside out of mind, and I might then never lose weight. But in all honesty, like, you know, I'm not obese. I am not unhealthily overweight at the moment. So it's not like I need to lose weight for my health. It is. I do need to get fit for my health, but the weight loss is not necessarily for my health. It is a vanity side of that. But yeah, I do need to get fit because I want to be fitter and healthier. So anyway, tangent, sorry. Alison says to Olivia, you're right, that Princess Di did reuse her outfits. I'm just wondering what happened to all of them, especially the famous ones. The pearl dress that Princess Diane wore is in the Pearl Centre on the Isle of Wight as you go in, and it's a sheath gown, and it's encrusted from head to toe in pearls. It's absolutely stunning. The Pearl place was one of the places I was going to take you with Mum, because there's a cafe there. It's beautiful. They have this little grotto where you can fish for your own your own mollusk. What mollusks do pearls come in? It's not clams. Is it clams? Oysters? It's not oysters. Whatever mollusk makes pearls, it's set up. They're not alive. It's not real. They've got the old shells and they've put pearls in them. And I think it's £18 to fish for your own. And then you open it up and there can be anything in there, from a pearl that's worth £18 to my cousin picked one and he got a black pearl that's worth £55 for his wife. And then they will, you can either have it mounted or you can get like a little cage necklace to put the pearl in. So we were going to do that. I've already got one of those, but I wanted to do it again with you guys and then show you the Princess Diana dress. So I know at least one of Diana's dresses are. The pearl dress is on the Isle of Wight in the pearl. It's called Isle of Wight Pearl. And the views there are amazing because it's on the military road. So that's one of the places I wanted to take you guys. Hopefully Mum and I will be able to do the kind of adventures out next year safely. We shall see. Alison says, Patsy on Absolutely Fabulous wore some great designer clothes. Le quoi, darling, le quoi. She did indeed. Her sister's married to my cousin, Honey. Mum spent Christmas with Joanna Lumley once. No, else. Genova says, some of the episodes were so funny, like when she went to visit the vineyard. I did love the fashion in Emily in Paris. The vineyard one was good, yeah. Yeah, that kid did not look 17. Olivia says to Alison, I went to Cincinnati to see the exhibit of her gowns. Beautiful. I think people that purchased her gowns have them in private collections. Noelia says, the Audrey Hepburn look was gorgeous. I used to have a teacher that dressed with expensive clothes, but they didn't go at all well together. Yeah, Audrey Hepburn was beautiful. Very classic. There's a girl called Shirin Tara, I think. She's from Germany. She has a YouTube channel and she has an Instagram, and she is like the spitting image of Audrey Hepburn, and she's just done a Breakfast at Tiffany's lookbook. I love following her Instagram. It's beautiful, and I really enjoy her YouTube content as well. There's somebody else called A Clothes Horse. It's a girl that lives in Ireland, and she has waist length. When I started following her, she had a pixie crop, and she's grown out her hair, and it's naturally red, and it's waist length, and it's just stunning. And she does the most beautiful photo shoots. Let me see if I can find one. Let's see. Clothes Horse. Rebecca, that's her name. She has an Irish wolfhound as well. Little Red Riding Hood. I just the photos that she takes are just absolutely stunning. Trying to find. Oh, here we go. I mean, she suffers for her art. That cannot have been warm. There was one that she did, or it was much more fantasy based. Here we go. It's like it's not loading. Here we go. So, oh, come on. It's just beautiful. How much fun to plan those kind of things. But yeah, so that's Rebecca, A Clothes Horse, on Instagram. She has 305,000 followers, so I'm sure you probably all follow her already. But her entire Instagram feed is beautiful. Let's see, where did I get to? Anna says, I always think that what people from any time in the past, and come and visit modern day, I think they would malfunction with the shock of all the amount of stuff we all have. Yeah, agreed. Have you Carolina has done an Edwardian lady in modern times, time traveling. It's very funny. Noelia says, you must get lots of lovely people emailing you. Yes, I do get lots of lovely emails as well. I do, and I treasure them all. I keep all the lovely emails in a folder on my computer, and obviously I keep all my letters as well. But it seems a little bit egocentric to be like, oh, I just got this email about someone who just gushed about me for this and this reason, whereas we're quite happy to discuss, like, oh, this person sent me this email saying this about me. It's weird how you are more willing to discuss people's negative opinions about you rather than the people that are singing your praises. That kind of feels like you shouldn't be talking about that loudly, which is odd. So yeah. Leslie says, I always loved Charlotte's style. She was very put together. Me too. I wouldn't have worn it, but I did like it. I always liked Miranda's style as well. Miranda towards the end, and especially in the movies, she had some amazing outfits. I mean, Samantha, I loved the things that she wore for her, and she totally awesome. But I wouldn't have worn. I probably would wear a mixture of Carrie and Miranda with a little bit of Charlotte thrown in there. I very much doubt I'd have worn anything that Samantha did. There was a few pieces that Samantha had that I thought were beautiful, but yeah, there was one in the first movie when Carrie was trying to get big to go out to that press event, and it was the jumpsuit with the kind of like harem style pants with the split up the side. It was a strapless black jumpsuit, and I'm obsessed with those trousers. And my legs are not good. It wouldn't look great on me to wear that. Not because I just don't like the way my legs look, but I'm obsessed with it and I want to make it at some point. Although I don't think it would be a strapless one. I think it would have straps on it. But yeah, actually, that's an interesting question. Which wardrobe would you wear if you could only have one? I think I would go for Carrie's because there's the most fun things in there. I probably wouldn't style a lot of it the way that Carrie styles it, but I probably would wear her. I'd have the most fun in her wardrobe, although I do like Miranda's, and if I had a more corporate job, then I probably would go for Miranda's. Crafton Bev says, your wardrobe is very small compared to a neighbour I had in California. She put a humongous room for her clothes, plus she had 200 pairs of shoes and 200 purses. Wow. I'd love to have that much room. Oh, sorry. I'm so behind with the chat. I haven't seen that one. Just to get rid of that, let's go back. Alison says, I watched an Italian series here in Australia called Made in Italy. It was based in the late 70s at the beginning of the Italian fashion scene. If you can watch this, I would highly recommend it. I shall have to have a look. Anna says, it's not only where and how clothes come from, made, etc. The fabric dyes, pollution that go into making all the fabrics before they even get to the actual garment stage. Yeah, definitely. We were talking about that earlier, Anna. The textile industry is the second largest polluter in the world, and that's why there are, so if you can find tencel rayon, that's better. That's the process of making that is better than standard rayon. The Okotex certified fabrics are more ethically and environmentally friendly made. And yeah, the just making of the fabric, you're right, and the amount of water and dyes that get put into the ecosystem because of that are huge. So that's something that everybody can start looking into, and lots of people, as we've said, are. So yeah, completely agree, Anna. Alex says, okay, Peeps and Sean, thank you for a lovely company. I have to do some work. Have fun and see you soon. Thank you for joining us, Alex. Carol says, my favourite dress-up costume was when I wore a black bob wig, large sunglasses, a tweed jacket, suit jacket, and Prada shoes, and a bag a friend gave me with a pair of red devil ears. Ooh, sounds very lovely. Duvalet says goodbye to Alex. Genova says, I've never seen the Gilmore Girls. If you enjoy small town American life and talking rapidly, it's awesome. Alex says, bye to Duvalet. My work is actually rather interesting at the moment. Sex offenders. Okay. And Duvalet says, oh, wow, then enjoy work. Alison says to Alex, have a great Sunday. Your work sounds very interesting. Have a great week and stay safe and get well. Duvalet's just Alex is just laughing at Duvalet. Anna says, I had 7 of the 9 on me and the other 2 were doing cat things elsewhere. Sometimes it feels like, where is the human being buried under the kitties? It's lovely that they all want to sit on you, though. Alex says to Alison, thank you, Alison. Hope you're better soon. Have a good Sunday afternoon. Mary Beth says, 2 words concerning holiday decorating in the US is Martha Stewart. Oh, is it all her fault? Olivia says, church time. We'll be back in a while. Thank you for joining us, Olivia. Anna says, Chris Eccleston. Thank you, with the mannequins. That was it. I knew it began with an E. I was saying Chris Ellis or something. Yes, Chris Eccleston. Julie says, I've been told that this mannequin especially is heavy. We need the fwiff if we're going to move it. Or James. Nicola says hello from Germany. Hi, Nicola. Susan says good night, all. See you next time. Good night, Susan. And again, thank you very much for the interfacing. It was very kind of you. Caroline says, the Ortons hated them. We lived in Hounslow when the original Jan Pertwee episode was filmed. I was only 5 and didn't want to go into town with Mum for ages. I don't remember those bad guys and I don't think I want to. Anessa says to Julie, I bet James would help. So funny. He would, yes. Julie says to Anessa, yep. Duvalet says mother of pearls. Julie says, okay, then now the rain has really started. Oh, no. Anessa says to Julie, someone needs to reach out to Big Bird and find out laugh my ass off. You guys are terrible. Julie says that to Anessa. She'd make it happen. She would. Caroline saying she'd want Charlotte's wardrobe. Noelia says she would want Charlotte's wardrobe as well. And Julie says, if we didn't like rapid talk, well, you're very good at waffling, the waffling thing. Yes, although I don't talk as rapidly as the Gilmore Girls do. Right, we're 2 hours and 34 minutes in, and I've turned my sewing machine on. Let me go and get rid of the empty plate and the cup, and just so that I don't get Marmite everywhere, because we know that's a possibility. And then I should be back to try and start some sewing. So if you can work out how to move the mannequin, that's fine. Let me know. Well, let me know. I will notice when I come back in. Okay, I'm back. Did you behave yourselves? Right. Let's see how much of this dress I can get done without having to put any interfacing in. Caroline says the plastic mannequins were autons. Oh, okay, thank you. Vanessa says, how badly I'm wishing for Jedi power right now. Julie says, whiff, whiff, where are you? He's asleep on the sofa in the chair in the front room. Debbie says, I thought I was one with the force, but it turned out to be wind. Oh, you guys do make me laugh. Right, okay. So we've got the dress fabric here. And got pattern here. Actually, that was something else I wanted to do. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent again. I was going to get out the dress patterns that I'd featured in the Pirate Capsule collection and see if there's any other ones in the stash that I fancy trying to make. You have to have a look through with me and see which ones you think are 70s. Now, where are they? Because I know there's some. So there's one. See, I hadn't included that one in the capsule collection. I kind of fancy making this one here, although it's not very autumn or winter appropriate. Maybe I'll save that one for summer next year. Okay. Oh, I think this one ought to go in. I like that one a lot, and again, it would be the kind of this one. Although I'm not usually a ruffly kind of girl, but I am tempted to put the ruffles on. I'm going to put that one in there. No, it's cold shoulder again. Spring, summer. That one's got to go in, hasn't it? We've got to make at least one of those. Shirt dresses. No. I do need to, I think this one would be a good one to put in as well. I've been saying I'm going to make that for ages. And Sewing Bunny has done a sew along for that, I think. Although this is the one that I want to make with that cotton that Michelle gave me. So might end up with one more of those in it. These are all my dirty patterns. Yeah, I don't think I need those, but I do. Okay, so I'm definitely going to make one of those. I'll show you these in a bit more detail in a bit. That one is definitely going in. There is one more dress that I featured that I don't know where it is. They're the vintage ones. They're costumes, dresses. Here we go. It's probably in here somewhere. There it is. That one. That one for sure. Probably ought to stop looking through these now, because otherwise I'm going to end up with too many. Watch my ability to procrastinate hard and actually having to start sewing tasks. So this one, strappy tops. Sew along. So that's a sew along as well. I will get to the sew alongs, guys. I know I am massively behind. But if I say I'm going to do a sew along, then I will eventually get to it. I think this needs to go back as well. Okay. So I'm going to put tops. And oh, now does that go in card? That goes in cardigans. There we go. Right. Okay. So the trouser patterns that I've got for the capsule collection are the Lander pants, Pauline Alice sorrel trousers, and the Empire Decades of Style Empire waisted trousers. However, 2 secs. There is also the How to Do Fashion Velos set that Suki Samantha sent me. The top and the trousers in that are both gorgeous. So I think I'm going to add that one in as well. Then I've got the Evelyn blouse, which I have done the alterations for. I need to... So I've done the alterations for this one. I've made one of these. Loved it, but there were some fit issues. So I've altered the pattern. And I need to make it up again to make sure that it fits. But I want to cut it out of my £35 a metre silk immediate because I think it's going to fit. But that I can't buy any more of that silk, and that's a really stupidly expensive because I bought nearly 2 meters of that silk. That would be a really stupidly expensive experiment. So I need to try and find a fabric in my stash that I'm not that precious about. There are some other silks, like the silk that I bought from the Gold Hawk Road with the kaleidoscope on it. It's slightly brighter than because the black silk that I want to make this top out of will fit in with the capsule collection, but the green one, the kaleidoscope style one, is slightly too bright and kind of appley green. And also it's silk, so I really ought to just pick one of the poly chiffons I've got in my stash to make it this out of, to check the fit. And that's why I haven't made this yet, because I want to just make it out of the silk, which is ridiculous. I know that. So I'm not going to do that, but I want to. Actually, you know what? I have two of these baskets. So I have these little baskets that I got from, sorry, I've gone on a massive tangent again, haven't I? Like I said I was going to sew, I've got the stuff out and then I've just randomly fallen down the pattern rabbit hole. Let me catch up with some chat. Eleanor says, good morning from a very rainy, cloudy Northern Virginia. Good morning, Eleanor. How are you, my lovely? Alison says, if you want to make something from the 70s, you could make a caftan. Just saying. True. I have got a couple of those patterns. Actually, that's something else. Hang on, where's my vintage patterns? Vintage. Dresses. Where's... Yeah. What have I done with them? I've got those two original 70s patterns somewhere. They were supposed to be included in this because I do want to make them in this, but I don't know where I put them. I wonder if I put them. What have I done with them? Yeah. Oh well, I'll find them. They're about somewhere. So we'll see. Anyway, yes. So I've got two of these. I bought these little baskets from TK Maxx, or TJ Maxx is your equivalent. And this one is for my patterns that I want to do and sew-alongs. And then the other one is really heavy, so let's not drop it. But this is my large scrap spin, and I want to make hair ties out of everything that's in here. And it's got to the point where it's overflowing. So it would make more sense to take these out and put them in a bag, and then have this bin for my other patterns, because I think I'm going to have more patterns than I've got space at the moment. Does that make sense? So we're going back to like May there. And I think, having just put them in that one, I think I'm actually going to then put that bag in the Missouri style quilt bags that Michelle sent me. That makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, so that's where those scraps can go. And the mood will take me one day where I go through and we'll actually cut those out and make them up, because I want scrunchies and then long, thin, just ties that I can wrap into my bun. If I can get this bag shut, which I seem to be failing at. Can't get the zip to go around the corner. There we go. Okay, so that one. And then I have another bag down here that is, again, pile of mending projects. So let's put these in here. They just look prettier than these plastic bags sitting around the sewing room. I'm in a very random mood today. Oh, I've eaten my lunch. I should have taken my meds. I meant to take it on food. It should be fine. Okay, right. Okay. in there. Go. And my slippers can go around here. She'll probably annoy Mum. She'll probably move them. Right, meds. Must remember to take my meds. Fun times. Giant horse pills are meant to be taken with food. I won't fit back in the box. These do make me sick, so the stream might end quite quickly after this. Right. Sorry, so we were talking about patterns, weren't we? And I was talking about trousers. We've done the trousers, so we're going through tops now. This is the Sewaholic Belcara. I don't think, well, I'm going to leave that in there because you never know. And then we've got the Rita blouse, which would definitely work with the 70s thing, especially with the expansion Gertie did for Patreon, which was the Bishop sleeves, which I definitely want to do. Then we've got the Evelyn and Josie blouses. Both of these will work for the Pirate collection. Plan on making both of those. We've got the Ariel blouse from Deer and Doe. This will definitely work, especially this one. That was a present from Wilson for Christmas. And then we've got the On the sweater, which was from the lovely Alex. And I am determined to make this. And this will work. I've got some jerseys down there that I haven't featured in the fabric haul video. words are hard, but yeah. Anyway, let's catch up with chat because I can see Jennifer has arrived. Hello, Jennifer. Where did I get to with the chat though? Gosh, I'm very far behind. Nimue says, I just switched to hand sewing my elastic together because my machine hates it. See visual reference in the group. Yup. And Essa says, sometimes when my older son leaves the house, I go in his room and move one of his books out of place. It's hilarious to watch him go over the whole shelf to check. Oh, Alison says to Anessa, you're mean. Lol. Anessa says, mean and hilarious, or it's funny until he does it back to me anyways. And Jolie says to Anessa, lol, you're awesome. Nimue says to Anessa, I would go absolutely crazy. I already have enough misplaced books at work. My shelves at home are off limits. Ooh. Anessa says to Nimue, oh, it makes him very crazy and mad. And then he gets me back and we both end up mad. Then we leave it alone for 6 months or so and then start again. Laugh my ass off. Nice little circle of life you've got going there. Julie says, I kind of want to wear my black and grey wool maxi tomorrow to work. And though it is an everyday skirt, it's not plain, and we have to wear on the bottom. You'll have to find out and let us know if you were allowed. Christine says, bonjour peeps from sunny but very cold Montreal. Bonjour, Christine. Oh, Christine, Jolie is a native French speaker, and she is doing very well keeping up with the chat. But yes, there is another French speaker present. Julie says, hey Christine, from Wet and Grey Denmark. Debbie says, have you seen the Orlando trousers by P&M Patterns? They're calling to me at the moment. Oh, sorry, I haven't, no, but I'm talking about pattern swap patterns that I haven't made yet. And these were the ones that were sent to me from South Africa. This is a South African pattern company, the Heron Culottes. I think those with some tight boots underneath them would look really 70s. So they are going in because I would like to give those a try. Right, then we've got the new look 6013 for the waistcoat. I don't think I'm going to use the trousers because these are a drawstring waisted trouser. But yeah, definitely for the waistcoat for this one. And then we've got all of the dresses, like all of the dresses. Let's carry on with the chat. Jolie says to Christine, bonjour from France. Julie says, sorry, Christine, I thought you were on your way out. What I meant to say was hello. Christine says, hey, I forgot super windy. All the leaves are fallen on the ground and it smells like winter. Oh, wow. And Christine says hi to Julie. Jennifer is here. Hello, gorgeous people. I just woke up and I never got to sleep this late on a Sunday. Ooh, nice, Jennifer. I hope you enjoyed your lie-in. Anessa says hello to Jennifer. How are you? Cassie says, woo, moved the dart and my picnic blouse fits beautifully. The size chart went out the window when I couldn't get the printer to resize, so the test square was right size for PDF. Just had to share. Awesome, Cassie. I'm so glad. I like the picnic blouse. I think that's really cute. I do want to make one of those. Caroline says, for you Gilmore Girl fans, does snow have a smell? I say yes, it reeks of misery. Says it gets cold, says the cold girl 24/7, 365. Oh, you poor thing. Yeah, snow has a smell, definitely. Jennifer says, I'm well, Anessa. My husband just left to get donuts. Ooh, yummy. And Julie says, yum, Jennifer. Anessa says to Jennifer, I just had donuts also. Julie says, oh, Bernadette Banner just did a bunch of mending. She did indeed, and that was very fun to watch. And isn't it funny how it was, again, they were very small 10-minute projects, but they'd been procrastinated on for the longest time because, again, she'd rather make something new. So, yes. Christine says, lol, me too. Jennifer says, thankfully, they're just outside of our subdivision. Duvalier says to Carolyn, it does have a smell, but for me it smells fresh, and I'm the person that lives in what once used to be cold country. Julie says, hey Sean, drink? Yes, thank you. Oh dear. Anessa says, Christine, were yours from Tim Hortons? Lol. And Anessa and Christine says, of course, Anessa. Anessa says, mine too. Pumpkin spice Tim bits are life. Oh, I've never tried anything with pumpkin spice in it. I'm not a coffee drinker, so that was really kind of the only thing that ever kind of sort of registered was pumpkin spice coffee. But I've never tried it. Jennifer says, oh, he's back and the donuts are fresh and hot. Nice. And snow is a 4-letter word, the only one, and only makes a rare appearance in my area. Yes, right. Okay, so I've got the back. These ones here are all sew-alongs that are outstanding, and I will get to. And then these ones here are all things that I'm thinking of for the 70s Pirate Capsule collection. Although I need to have a look through my shirts because I want a button-up shirt as well. There isn't one in there. So next we've got this McCall's 8035. Right, I think that could lean very 70s. I like the ruffles on it as well. This one screams 70s to me. I love the sleeves on this one. Although I would probably do the sort of that length sleeve of A, but with a double flounce of C. This one was featured in the video, the 9265, probably the shorter version, although the maxi is beautiful, but I think probably the shorter version. This was featured in the video as well, the 9328 C, version C, this one here. Want to do that one, and it has a cutout detail in the back, which is really cute. I love the maxi version. I love this maxi version. I don't like these big sleeves, and I don't like the sleeves with the ruffles on the end of them. Although, having said that, I probably will make them. I love E with these, but to me that doesn't scream winter. So I love these two for winter. I probably make that for the summer. Yeah, I think the shorter one would be more wearable. Got this one. I've bought the rest of the Bissouf sort of waffle knit fabric, or the waffle twill fabric from Lady McElroy to make this one. And again, I probably actually will make C now that I have a lot of the fabric, because I was going to go for a shorter one, but I'm going to make this in that white fabric that I can then wear shirts underneath of it. The 6380, I've made one so far. We'll probably end up making more because I want to try the two-tone thing with this one. Then we've got 6702, the Butterick shirt that I want to use, that quilting cotton that the very lovely Michelle sent me. I was going to say Mary, it wasn't Mary, Michelle sent me, and I think that would look awesome. And Marie has made a version of this and it looks gorgeous. Then I've been saying I want to make this 6891 for ages, so I think I want to make the one with the sleeves that do that, so I want to give that a try. 7537 I have made and love. This one is one that I was thinking about the other day. I think it would look really cool in some of the fabrics that I've picked, and again it would be B. That's the 7894. It's got a side zip in it, but it has a side zip in it because of the way the skirt is built, because the skirt's cut on the bias and the piece is wrapped around from front to back, so that makes sense, although I hate side zippers. We've got the 9076. I love this. It would be this version that I want to make. Although I do like the little tie on the neckline there, but I probably would make a detachable tie. But yeah, this longer version. This one, that was in the video as well, the 9327. Those sleeves are awesome. Awesome. This one, it says satin crepe wool flannels. So it's something with a little bit of body. But yeah, really like that one. And then we've got the 9345, which I have already got cut out. So there's a lot of things in there that I haven't made before, but there's a lot of things in there that are kind of tried and true favorites. Shirts, that's what I was going to look for, wasn't it? Because I do want a button-up shirt. Let's just not knock anything over. Let's just go through the shirts quickly, and then maybe I'll get to some sewing. Skirts, tops, shirts, shirts. Okay. I'm not saying that I'm going to definitely make all of these, but these are the kind of things that I want to try and I thought I had a Vogue shirt. I don't think I have the pattern that I thought I had, but okay, so really like this one, 6107. That one's nice, and that would be really good to wear under some of the dresses that I'm thinking about wearing these shirts under, because it is fitted in the bodice and it has the tie front detail, so that can go in there. This one I love, and I know it's 50s, but the 70s did 50s all the time. This one, however, does not have, I think this one would be maybe too blousy to wear under dresses, but yeah, I like that one. And then this one, it would be a combination of different, so it would be the sleeves from B and A's sleeves with A's neckline or C's neckline. I do like B's neckline, but I don't think that would work under dresses, and I would like them to be sort of a bit more versatile. And then I also think that I'm going to have to try and find, there's a Vogue shirt pattern. It's a Vogue options pattern, and Vogue options pattern, and Emily Hallman's made it loads. So can't remember the number of it off the top of my head, but I'm going to have a look for that because I think that one has the option of either a bow tie or a collar, but it's fitted button up all the way to the top, and I can obviously easily smoosh different sleeves onto it. So I want to get that one as well because I don't have a standard button up shirt in my stash. I thought I did, but I do not. So there we go. Okay, where did I get to with chat? There we go. Anna says, ugh, snow. I'm in Minnesota and it's currently snowing. Wow. We don't usually see snow until sort of end of December, January. Very rare that we have a white Christmas. Really need to get my ends of my hair cut. It's getting a bit crispy at the ends. That chopped off. Sorry, tangent again. Anessa says there are pumpkin spice donut holes, Shan. Ooh. Ooh. And Anessa says to Anna, I feel your pain. It snowed here 3 times and it seems to be staying. Oh no. Anna says, I'm being naughty and eating Ferrero Rocher. Oh, they're basically just air, Anna. There's no calories in those. And can I have one? Alison says, McCall's 7998 is what I call the Stevie Nicks dress. Did I show you that one? Pause. Oh yeah, Stevie Nicks dress. Oh yeah. I do like that. Lots of shouting going on outside. It's all very amicable shouting by the sounds of things. Where it's like raised voices. What's going on? Christine says we have snow for at least 4 to 5 months. Misery itself. Can you tell I hate winter? I lived in the 70s. I cannot believe some of the fashion is coming back. Lol. But still love all the big sleeves and many ruffles. I think the 70s was an interesting decade because there obviously were specific trends that were kind of originated in the 70s, but the 70s, it's the same as the 80s as well. They did a lot of 70s does Victorian and 70s does kind of 40s-ish stuff. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm more interested in than the bell bottoms and the fabric choices. But I think that's a nice thing, isn't it? That you can pick and choose bits of elements from decades that you like. Like the 80s did a lot of 80s does 40s, 80s does 50s, 80s does early 60s. And it was again the fabric choices that, and it was the fabric choices that lent it 80s, but it was the style lines were very much picked up from those previous decades. Again, and I've learned a lot of this from Bianca and Rachel Maxey. Maxey, her name is Maxey. That's how she pronounces it. Got to get that right. And Bianca from Closet Historian. A lot of the stuff that she thrifts is kind of 80s does the 40s and 50s, and a lot of stuff that Rachel thrifts is 70s does an earlier decade. And I think it's those kind of things that I like about those eras. The tight thigh bell-bottom jeans, no. But then the jeans that I've shown you, like the Lander pants, again, I think that they're very 70s leaning. So yeah, it's interesting. Olivia says, and I'm back. Welcome back, Olivia. Anna says, I send you some virtually. Thank you, Anna. They're the kind of calories that I like. Cassie says, believe it or not, we had a sheer white Christmas in Australia, but only close to the Alps. Olivia says, we might be getting snow tonight. Last year was the first time since I moved to Iowa in 07 that we've gotten snow in October. I'm not ready. I want fall. Yeah. And Cecilia says, totally on board with the 70s does Victorian and Edwardian. Yeah. Yeah. Julie says, I just watched through my Keystone dress and jacket cutting guide. Longing sigh. Oh, nice. And Jennifer says, no snow please in Texas. Terry says, hi, I'm here, but I've been cooking all morning. Hello, Terry. How are you, my lovely? Right, Mum's back from walking the dog. So that means we're going to have to attempt to do these press studs. I think I set these up so that it all kind of made sense. Like, so that the correct pieces were in with each other. But I don't think that's the case. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to need a YouTube video to do these. Because I don't do press studs very often, so the kind of, it's like, and there are 4 pieces to 1 press stud. So yeah, maybe Mum and I'll do that off camera. Oh dear. Anna says, Olivia, I get it. I've been in Minnesota for almost 4 years. Before that, I've always lived in Cali. Oh, wow. Big difference. Alison says, the McCall's pattern for the wide leg jeans are very 70s. I don't know the number. Oh, yeah, I have got those. Somewhere. But I've already got a giant pile of patterns over there. I don't really need to add to it, do I? Or do I? Jennifer says, please like the video. Yes, there's 74 likes and there's 105 of us here at the moment. Olivia says to Anna, so Calborn and raised San Fernando Valley, then the high desert. Dagmar says, I love some of the color schemes and patterns on fabric from the 70s, not the material itself, as it seems to be a lot of polyester, but updated to nicer materials. Yeah. Nancy says, I keep forgetting how to do press studs, so I keep a sample of how to do it in the bag with the accessories. It brings it all back. Yeah, I did have a sample in my box, and I wonder if I've got. Yeah. Have got a sample. You're right. It's a good thing to keep in there. If I can get it to work. There we go. Yeah. So I have got a sample. Just need to work out how to put it all together. I can do this. I can do this. Anna says, Olivia, small world. I grew up in Corona and Riverside. There's a YouTube channel called Eagle Log Cabin and Houses, and I've fallen down the rabbit hole of watching their videos. When I win the lottery, although I didn't buy a ticket for the last night, that was silly, wasn't it? When I win the lottery, I would love to have a plot of land and build my own house on it. Unfortunately, this company will only build in America and Canada, and I don't live in America or Canada. But I would be very tempted to buy some land somewhere near a ski resort in Colorado, just to have one of these log houses built, because it's stunning. It's so beautiful, and you can customize everything. And then they have actual artisan carvers come in, and you can have a raccoon carved into your staircase if you want. It's like, oh, I want one of those. And one of my favorite houses I ever saw in Grand Designs was actually a oak framed timber house in the shape of a cross, and they had the kitchen in the center of the cross, and then everything kind of went off from there. So yeah, I'd want to incorporate that, but as I say, they only do in Canada and America. Wonder how much it would cost for me to have it made in America and then shipped over to the UK. Far too much. I'd have to win all of the lottery. I think Jennifer, you've just emailed me. I need you to pick one, please. Sorry, just had an email come through. Yeah, Jennifer, I know you don't mind which swap you get put into, but it would be much easier if I'm PDF. Awesome, thank you. I should put you in the PDF one. Brilliant. Sorry, we had this discussion with Duvalier earlier. She was like, I don't mind either one. And it's like, oh, that's wonderful, but please pick one. Makes my life so much easier. Right, okay. So let's have a look at these instructions, see how much I can do without having any interfacing cut out, because I haven't got any interfacing cut out. And I don't really want to try and do that on the desk. Okay, so I can make so loud out there. I can make quite a lot of the bodice without having to get any interfacing, and I can make I can put the skirt together and I can put the sleeve together. So should we put the skirt together first, as is my want? Right, try and organize this all then. So I've got my Elba file folder. Oh, it's just started absolutely tipping it down outside. Oh, I found more fabric. That's for the sleeves. That is for the sleeves, and this is for a specific bag. Oh, and Jennifer, I haven't forgotten that I owe you a purse. I haven't forgotten, and it is coming. Oh, I'm going to put that in this one because it's my alteration bag. Yeah, I haven't forgotten that I owe you a purse. It is coming. I need to cut out a dress first. I need to cut out a dress first so that I can make sure that I have the right amount of fabric left to. This needs interfacing. Why are words so hard today? I need to cut out a dress first so that I can cut out the fabric for the lining of your purse, and I need to cut the dress out first to make sure that I have enough, because I've only just got enough of the fabric, I think, for the pattern that I want to do. Right, this needs interfacing. This does not need interfacing. This is a skirt panel. That's a bodice panel. That needs interfacing. Bodice, interfacing, bodice, and final skirt panel. Okay, so we've got giant sleeves and all the stuff that needs interfacing. Does that need? Yes. All that needs interfacing being cut out of it. So I've got my bodice pieces here, so I can work on those once I've got my skirt sewn together. So let's get the skirt started. That's the back. And I have to sew that bit together as a French seam. So let's just pin those together whilst I fold this up. And put that pattern piece away. Right, then we can pin this together. So I've got my pins. This fabric is so pretty. This is from Walton's in Yorkshire. Rachel bought herself some and then very kindly went back to Walton's to pick me some up and brought it down to the retreat last October. So this actually has been in my stash for a while, for about a year now, but that's not as bad as some of the fabrics that have been in my stash for many years. Many years. Where did I get to with the chat? Olivia says to Anna, my grandkids live in the Redlands. My husband is from Norwalk. Jennifer says, Penelope Wigglebottom and Lucifer Lionheart are both on the bed watching the stream. FYI, Lucy is never on the bed as it's Penny's domain. For them to start sharing now has become, and for them to share and now become Switzerland, there has been peace and peace in the land. Nice. Oh, I'm hoping that we're going to end up with peace in the land with Susie and Chi when they end up living together. I'm just really worried that the dog's going to get hold of her and shake her. It's probably not going to happen. It'll probably be fine. And Chiana can see and Susie can't. And Chiana has weapons and will probably damage Susie way more. But I'm worried. I am worried. It'll be fine though. And I need to not be worried because that'll pass that energy on to the animals and stress them out more. So it'll be fine. But yay for them sharing the bed. That's awesome. Okay. So that one is pinned together. Now, did I cut in notches on this side? I don't think I did. Were there no notches? There must have been some notches. Let's have a look, see. Okay. Oh, there were double notches. Right, so this has got to go onto the side, and then the single notch is the front. Okay. Cecilia says, Sean, would you ever do a non-zipper closure on a skirt with an elastic back? I need to make some skirts, but zippers aren't an option and there needs squish room. Any thoughts? Yeah. So what kind of skirt are you thinking about? Like a circle skirt or a gathered rectangle skirt? A gathered rectangle skirt would be super easy. Super easy, because you could literally okay, so the width of the waistband needs to be able to go over your shoulders or needs to go over your hips. You need to be able to pull it up or pull it on. So you can have a woven waistband, it just needs to be that wide. And then you put elastic in it and it gathers it down. So if you're doing a rectangular skirt, then if you want it wider than the waist, it again needs to be at least, the opening of the skirt needs to be at least the size of your shoulders or hips, depending on which one you want to be able to step into it or put it over your shoulders. Then with the rectangular one, you could gather it down. So you could have a much wider rectangle than your waistband and gather it down. And then you'll have the gathers in the skirt and then the gathers in the waistband. Pleating it. So I'm not sure about pleating if it wasn't a stretchy fabric. What you could do is pleat it down to the width of your, again, your waistband, so either your shoulders or your hips, so that you can get it on, or whichever way, and then gather it and then sew it to the waistband and then put the elastic into the waistband, which would then gather everything in, so you'd have pleats and gathers. Yeah, so yes, definitely options. But the thing, as I say, the important thing is that the pull-on waistband of the skirt is ever so slightly bigger than your hips or your shoulders so that you can get it over either of those, your widest areas. And then obviously when you put the elastic into the waistband, you give yourself enough breathing room so that it's comfortable. But that's how you attach it at the waist. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Okay, just gonna put a pin in these so I pin the right bits together. So I have no idea what this fabric is made from. I think it's poly, so I have no idea how it's going to press. We will find out. Okay, so that's the back seam, that's the center front. Yes, got that right. Can't believe I cut notches in one side and not the other. Okay, make sure you put your notches in. Okay, so let's just pin all of these in. So says Anna says, when is the move again? I know you mentioned it, but I can't for the life of me remember. And I had surgery on Friday and the pain med's making me a little loopy. Well, technically, we should be in the new house by now. We were meant to be moving on Monday. But obviously that's not happened. We don't know. There's been a small glitch in the chain, but only a tiny one, and it's being rectified, hopefully very speedily. So we are hoping to be in by the 3rd of November. I will keep you updated and we shall see. But yeah, hopefully by the 3rd of November. So Crafty Nana says, can you pleat the front and gather the back with just elastic if your waist to hip measures aren't widely different? Yeah, totally. I think there's lots of options for that kind of elasticated skirt. You could have a flat front waistband and a flat front pleated skirt, and then as long as you again so if you made the front of the waistband flat to your waist, let's just put you down a little bit because you don't need to be that high. Yeah, so if you made the waistband flat along to your waist to the side seams, and then you could pleat into the front flatly as well, and then have gathers in the back. I mean, it depends. Depending, like So Crafty Nana says, if the difference between the two isn't that huge, that would definitely work. I think it would work if the difference between waist and hips was quite big as well. It'd just be a different look. You could also employ my pleated and gathering technique. So you could pleat the front of the skirt, but you put gathering behind the pleats as well. So you've got more volume in the front. So it isn't just like very flat at the front and then really floofy at the back if there is a big difference. You guys this is inspiring me actually. I kind of fancy having a go at some of these kind of skirts. Need to write those down on my list. Okay, so let's just pin in this last piece. And then I can sew the beginnings of these French seams. We have a busy week next week. So tomorrow I'm going to be sitting down and getting all of my Patreon rewards for the last, I think, 3 or 4 months. I'm very behind with that. So if you are a Patreon peep, thank you for bearing with me on that. I'm going to sit down and get those all packaged up, typed out and sent out. And then I've also got some bits of fabric floating around the place that I promised to different people. So I'm going to get those sent out. That is probably going to be an entire day's task. But we shall get on and get that done. I have a purse to make. I have the 9077 to level the hem of. Now that I can get back into the kitchen without having to wear a mask, I shall do it in there. I'll have this dress to carry on with, but I've got to cut out the interfacing for this dress. I've got to cut out the interfacing for the 8577 as well. And I've got to cut out the remaining skirt lining panels for the 8577. And if I have time, I'd like to start work on the Gertie Princess coat as well. So I have a busy time ahead of me. So yes, let's see. Not pin that in very well. Don't pin on your laps, people. This is not the way to do it. Don't do as I say, not as I do. Cecilia says, thank you, quite makes sense. Oh, that's good. Cecilia says, my waist and hip measurement are about 8 inches different, and I've been struggling with getting the elastic to cinch down enough whilst still fitting over my hips. I'm not sure what to suggest with that. Anybody got any suggestions? What width of elastic are you using? Terry says, have you ever used itch to stitch patterns? They have quite a few with custom cup sizes. I haven't made anything up, but I do have a couple of them. I bought a jersey dress pattern from her because it was just the cutest thing. And then somebody in a website that I no longer frequent commented that it was childish looking, and it kind of, it put me off, but only because it was just like, oh, I don't want to dress like a giant toddler. But that was somebody else's opinion, and I shouldn't have let it bother me as much, so I will make it at some point. Can't remember the name of the dress, and it's behind the overlocker, so I can't get it out to show you which one it was. But yes, I do have itch to stitch pattern. I have made the crystal cami. Dubelay bought me that for a present, which was very kind of you, Dubelay. So I have got a itch to stitch pattern, and I have made the crystal cami up. I did like it, and I will make it again, I think, although because of the wrap back on it, it wasn't something that I could then tuck into outfits, so I want to make one that's cropped at my waist. Anessa says, I hear vacuuming. Actually, that's a angle grinder. They're cutting paving slabs outside. Sorry. Where did I get to? Jennifer says, 2 donuts consumed and my tummy is happy. Fingers are clean. Also, are you looking... Also, you look fab on my new iPad, Sean. Oh, thank you very much. And yay for new iPad. And yay for donuts. And happy tummies. Caroline says, let me know how much for the fur cost to post. I will do, Caroline. I'm going to get them all packaged up and sent out. Some stuff to Nimue, some stuff to Duvalier, stuff to you, stuff to Julian. And I will let you, Duvalier, Nimue, and Caroline, I'll let you know how much the postage is on all of those. I don't want any money for the fabric. It's fine. You guys have treated me to many things over the years, so it's a small token of my appreciation. But if you wouldn't mind paying for the postage, that would be amazing, because I have a feeling that my postage bill is going to be a couple of £100. Yes. Jennifer says to Cecilia, I feel your pain. My hip and waist measurement is about 20 inches difference. I'm a triangle. You called yourself a diamond this morning as well. I liked that. No fruit references for you. And Jane says, Sew-Over-It did a sew-along for a pleated elasticated waist skirt. It's on YouTube. Might give an insight for the skirt. Ah, yes. Thank you, Jane. Good knowledge. Anessa says, darn, not even close. Laugh myself. I love hearing sounds in the background and trying to identify them. Cecilia says, I'd love to dress like a large toddler princess. Oh, if I could dress like a princess, then that would be totally different. All the shiny things. Terry says, thank you. I forgot about the cami you made. It was quite nice looking on you. And Nimue says, of course, very happy. Yay, happy mail to look forward to. Yes, when I pull my finger out and actually do it, Nimue. I'm so sorry it's taken me so long. Julian's the one that's been waiting the longest. I think I talked about his fabric back in summer, didn't I? And I'm now sending it to him in the middle of winter. It's terrible. Really bad of me. I'm a terrible human being. Right, okay, let's sew some seams. We are 3.5 hours into the stream, and I'm going to start doing some sewing. It's a good job you guys like listening to me waffle, isn't it? not just here for the sewing, because you'd be really disappointed. Right. Okay, so I need to. Oh, what's going on there? Don't want that. Move the needle over. Get the foot pedal in the right place. Okay, start lining up my more edges. So of course I am sewing these with French seams. This is a very lightweight whatever it is, so I'm not putting pockets in these seams. I think it's polyester. We'll see when I start trying to press it. Although if it behaves itself, I shall forgive it. But yeah, words. Words are hard. What was I saying? Pockets. I tend not to put pockets in anything this lightweight because I feel that they just drag down the lines of the skirt. In cotton lawns and quilting cottons and cotton poplins and things like that, I will definitely put pockets in because I feel like they're more stable and they will support the weight of it. But I just feel like in these lightweight fabrics, I don't like putting pockets. Distorts the line of the skirt, and then putting things in them just not for me. But that again, it's my choice. That's the whole point of this sewing malarkey, is that you can customize your pieces to your heart's content, can't you? So I'm actually not feeling sick after my meds. That's really cool. Yay for not feeling sick. Let's see. Terry says, thank you. I forgot about the oh, sorry, I read that one. Jennifer says, yes, diamond. I'm not awake yet. It is very early for you, Jennifer. Hopefully the sugar kicks in soon. Cecilia says, I am very much love kawaii fashion, and the older I get, the younger I seem to be dressing. Yeah. I'd love to go to is it the Harajuku district in Tokyo to see all the just amazing fashion? Oh, I'd love to go to Japan. Got so many places I want to go to. Hopefully we will be allowed to travel again soon, or in the not too distant future. Alison says, I love itch to stitch patterns. I recently bought their new dress pattern, which is gorgeous. I also made the Orono top a pattern I highly recommend. I like her style as well. There's a lot of her patterns that I would happily buy. I don't need any more new patterns though, do I really? I'm going to though. Julie says, I'm going to sew 2 star-shaped pillows next week with painted on faces and string of lights inside. I'm looking forward to starting it, but I'm making it for the kids, and I kind of want them to be a surprise. Oh, that's so cute. Cecilia says to Jennifer, I like the diamond, lol. I found a kiddie method of approaching shape and dressing helpful. I'd never heard of it before. I think it was Lopesy that had talked about the kiddie identification method, and Tina Fang as well. I must admit I didn't get the whole way through the video because I had no idea what they were really talking about, and it didn't grab me, but I need to have a look into that. If you find it helpful, that could be interesting. Nimaway says, not feeling sick is definitely awesome. It is indeed. Caroline says, distraction therapy. Actually, you know what? That might be good. Can you guys come and sit with me every time I take my meds? Anessa says, I got the batting and cheated out and bought 2 twin sheets to sew together as backing for my quilt this week. Now I must find a place big enough to pin baste it and try and figure out quilting. Long. Good luck with that, Anessa. Terry says to Alison, the wrap dress. I also have my eye on the Talon. Is the Talon a jacket? And Alison says to Terry, it's the atrium dress. I love the waistband on it. Right. I'm finish sewing my seams. Not quite lining up. Okay. 3 hours 40 minutes in, I have sewn a seam, which actually looks like it is slightly puckered. I sometimes find that I'm using a different thread to the one that I usually use, and it's slightly finer, and I find that if I don't put enough, the tension slightly off. I think I don't think I need to unpick that, but I'll just be a little bit more careful with the next one. Okay. I'm interested to see how this skirt turns out because it's only 4 pieces, and I really liked the maxi version of this, but the fullness continued down on the maxi version. So I'm going to be interested to see how full this one is. This is the midi version of the. So it's this length. I've done this length before, and I'm never going to do that length. It's too short. This one here. Is that the same A? Yeah. I'm never going to do A this length. That's too short for me. So I've gone for this one, which should hit around about there. So it's going to be interesting to see what the fullness is like at that length, because I very much enjoy the fullness on the maxi dress that I made. But just a little bit more tension on the fabric. This time. It wasn't that bad earlier, it's getting worse, sorry. Where did I get to with the chat? Julie says, I also spoiled myself today and bought a 21cm Kai scissors. Can't wait to try it. Oh, awesome. You'll have to let us know how you get on. I love my Kai shears. KK sent them to me as part of a lovely parcel. And oh gosh, it must be nearly 2 years ago now, I think. And they are wonderful, and Mum steals them all the time if I'm not using them to cut out with. She's got some really nice scissors of her own, but she keeps stealing my Kai shears. Nimue says, I have so many itch to stitch patterns, haven't got around to sewing a single one yet. Glad it's not just me. Jennifer says to Anessa, I always move the furniture in my living room, vacuum, and then baste on the floor in there. It's the one place big enough. Well, yeah. Terry says the Talon is a knit princess seam dress top with bust size options. Oh, excuse me, itchy nose. Ah, cool. Julie says, yay, good girl, Sean. Drinking without being told to. Terry says to Alison, thank you. Yes, that's the one. It's now on my Christmas list to Santa. Awesome. Alison says to Terry, I have a dress that is very similar from Sinclair Patterns. You would love this pattern company. Anissa says, I volunteer as non-profit, so I'll probably ask to borrow a table there for a couple of hours. I'm more worried about to fit the giant thing through my little sewing machine to quilt it. Then she says, oops, fit the giant thing through my little sewing machine. You can do it. You can do it. Mum quilted that king size quilt on her 6-inch throat space. It's difficult. Your arms will hurt, but you can do it. Jennifer says to Anessa, you can always pay someone to quilt the top, but there are a lot of great YouTube videos that show you how to work with the top through small machines. Julie says, don't be sorry, it's not your fault. Alison says to Terry, I hope Santa grants your wish. Jolie says 800. I'm tracing a pattern from the French brand Super Bisson, the Sublime jacket. Ooh. There's one called Make My Lemonade, DP Studios. That's another French pattern company, isn't it? Vanessa Pousset, obviously Deer and Doe. There are some beautiful French brands. Nimoy says, I'm struggling with the giant quilt and small machine too. Will sew my quilt along rows together, take a picture for the giveaway, then take it apart to quilt a row at a time. That's dedication. Anessa says to Jennifer, I wish I could afford that. I looked into it and it's just more than I have. And yes, YouTube has shown me a ton. That's good. That YouTube's helpful. Alison says, Sean, what did the QQ do with her old Benina? Big Bird has it now. It's Big Bird's machine. Betty the Benina. Terry says to Alison, thank you. Does Sinclair have cup size options? I hate doing full bust adjustments. M. Schrade says, you look great today, Sean. Today, still trying to send you the 70s pirate-like shirt pattern and very, very pirate-like 70s cake patterns. I'll try messaging you on Facebook. Yeah, you said that the email didn't come through, so I emailed you again. Did you still not get it? Very strange. Very strange indeed. That's strange. But yes, message me on Facebook. That would be great. Oh, has anyone seen Julia Bobbins just made the Sicily Sicily slip dress with the cowl neck? It is stunning, and I have got some silk in my stash that would look amazing as that. I haven't bought the pattern yet. I keep going to buy it and then being like, I have enough, I don't need another pattern. And then I keep seeing beautiful ones made up and I'm like, I need it, I want it, give me to me. You think it was one of you guys that told me about the Sicily slip dress? I want it. Definitely want it. That one's a bit better. I might actually just pop one of the seams in the other one just in case, because I don't want it to have one ripply seam. That would bug me. No, it's fine. Ugh. Caroline says, I've had enough of masks, so I'm now making Soviet Nancy, but out of Ponte. Will look good on video calls for work. Ah, cool. Alison says to Terry, not in the patterns that I have. They're knit patterns, but their bust adjustments are easy. You will love their patterns. Rose says, I love the slip dress, but have never done a full bust adjustment on the bias. Oh God, that's a point. Me either. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. There's got to be a YouTube video out there for that out there somewhere, right? I'm really excited about this dress because this one also has the giant sleeves that I've just put on the 6380, the peachy floral one that I finished last week. Okay, I'm starting to feel a bit bleh. What can I eat? Mint tea is meant to make your stomach feel better, isn't it? wonder if we've got any of that down here. We'll have to, yeah, I'm starting to feel a bit, the meds are, I think I spoke too soon. I've got lemon and ginger tea up at mine. I don't know if I've got any down here. Mint tea is meant to be good for settling the stomach, isn't it, as well? Sorry, Nessa said ginger tea. Jane says ginger biscuits. We have, oh, I don't know if we have got chocolate covered ginger biscuits anymore. I think Mum might have eaten the last of them. I might just finish this seam and poke my head around the door and see what options we have. Where did I get to? Rose says, I love the slip. Oh, I've read that one, sorry. Ginger ale 7-Up from Olivia. I did have a can of ginger ale in the fridge, but I'm sure Dad's drunk it. Charlie says, do you have any seasickness bands? No, I don't, but that's actually not a bad idea. Maybe I should get myself some of those, because I've got another 2 weeks of those meds. That might not be a bad idea, actually. Thank you, Charlie. Good thinking. Right, let me finish this scene and just see if we have anything in the house down here. Mum was so apologetic about this guy coming. She's like, I'm so sorry. And like, is there any day he could come? He wasn't being too noisy earlier, but now he's really noisy. Okay. Right, I've just sewn that last seam on the skirt, so I'm going to just stick my head around the corner and see if we've got anything that will help with being a bit nauseated. Emma said, I still did not get your message, the second one. I'll figure it out, hopefully before you move out of your 70s phase. I'm still going to be working on that project till January, February, so I don't think there's any chance of me getting out of that one. Charlie says, save me when I was on chemotherapy. That's a very good idea, Charlie. Thank you for that. And I'm sorry that's how you found out about how it would working it. Olivia says, we can barely hear him. That's good. And Noelia says, I think you can hear him more than we can. Yeah, right, okay. Let me just poke my head out the corner. Out the door. I'll be back in a second. Leave the mannequin alone. We have no ginger in the house in any form, but we do have, I'm covered in dog hair. We do have fresh mint tea. So Dad's gone out to pick me some fresh mint leaves, make me a cup of tea, which is very sweet of him. It shouldn't last very long. It doesn't usually last very long. Hopefully it will go away. You guys are distracting me from it. Not like last week. Last week was awful. That it came on all of a sudden, right? That last 20 minutes, it was suddenly like, oh, this is not fun. Anna says, speaking of ginger biscuits, have you tried the dark chocolate gingers from Lidl? Only 8 in a box, very Moorish, as you can imagine. They do not last long with me around. Yummy. Mum gets the Borders ginger biscuits. I don't know if that's a countrywide brand or an Isle of Wight brand, but it's one we get from one of the smaller farm shops that we frequent. Oh, Monica's signed up to the pattern swap. Yeah. Alison says, if you're feeling sick, finely grate a red apple and let it go brown and then eat it as it's old but great remedy. Oh, okay. Don't have any red apples though. Anessa says, quick, move the box on the ironing board. Cecilia says, mint tea sounds so good. I must go make some now. And Jennifer says, I'm volunteering for a presidential campaign today. Fun times. I'll be doing that in an hour. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, let's trim my seams. And see how we go. I might move over to, I might get the Gertie princess coat off the shelf and have a, shouldn't do that with scissors that are open, should I? And start having a look and trying to work out what size I need to cut. I'm excited about that coat. I think it's going to look very pretty. I was going to interline it, but I'm thinking I'm tempted to do that, and maybe I should. No, I shouldn't. I should have it as an autumn weight coat because I want to use the wool I got from Oya Textiles to make a winter version of it, which I'm going to use the cotton flannel that I have as interlining for. And if I use the cotton flannel on the green one, it will be a heavier weight coat. And oh, maybe I should though, because maybe it won't be warm enough. Oh, I don't know. Would you guys interline a trench coat? Trench coats traditionally aren't meant to be like twill trench coats aren't traditionally meant to be kind of warm, are they? They're meant to be more of a light layering coat for the transitional seasons. And I have got the wool to make, because I want to make 2 of the Gertie coats at least. Probably will end up making more. Oh, I don't know. Because I can always get more cotton flannel. That's one of the things that I've not banned, because I've banned myself from buying fashion fabric until the new year, which is why I was so pleased with myself when I was good and didn't buy that beautiful knit that Rachel had on her channel. But I can buy lining fabrics, interlining fabrics, those kind of things, because they, there's no point in not buying them if that's going to not make me not be able to wear or make a something, because that just, that to me doesn't make sense. Where did I get to with the chat? Julie says, I need to set the table. I'll be listening though. Remember to hydrate. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Dublet says, time to figure out what I want for dinner tonight. I'm having I'm having ginger beef noodles for dinner. Thank you very much. Is there any sugar in it?
No.
That's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Not in mint tea.
I usually have sweetened mint tea, but I can drink unsweetened mint tea as well. Oh. I've been told.
That's a nice looking shirt.
Yeah. We've Dad, we've decided on the matte black press studs for the gilet rather than the shiny gold ones? Did we make the right decision?
The matte black.
Matte black press studs.
Oh yeah.
As opposed to shiny gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, his shirt is finished. C'est fini. Where did I get to? Terry says to Jennifer, thank you. Shomi says, I try to be careful with my weight and you make me envy you with your cakes. It's hard. Yeah. I am getting better. I have got such a sweet tooth though. I am getting better, which is good. I think if my activity, I need to sit up straight. I think if my activity levels went up, if I was more active, then I could still eat the same way that I used to, but it's because I'm so inactive now. As I say, I keep trying a little bit of exercise every now and again. I'm going to try some yoga tonight. Try and make myself feel a little bit sort of better. Okay, 2 down, 1 to go. Final one. Oh, that smells wonderful. Let's see. Rose says trench coats lighter weight. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Charlie says I wouldn't interline a trench coat, but there is no reason why you shouldn't. Sarah says good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sarah. Duvalet says I've decided to make cottage cheese pancakes with homemade applesauce butter that I made last month. Ooh, very nice. And Julie says I miss yoga, Ing. I need to get back into it. I was into it for a little while, and when I was living in London, I joined a gym that had power plate classes, spin classes, and hot yoga. It wasn't Bikram yoga where it was really hot. It was just hot. It was slightly hotter than usual. And I really enjoyed the yoga classes, but I didn't know what I was doing, and I always felt like a bit of a moron. And because of my eyesight so bad, I had to get a mat really close to the front of the class. And I'm sure nobody else was judging me. It was all in my head. I just felt a bit silly because I didn't really know what I was doing. And there was an instructor taking you through like everything and explaining it really well. It just wasn't something it was one of those things that I wanted to be immediately good at, and I wasn't. But the power plate classes were brilliant. I've never been that fit. I kept signing up for a spin class and then chickening out because I just thought I'm going to be a hot, sweaty mess at the back of the class and fall off the bike. But the power plate, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And it was the only time in my life I've ever been able to do proper push-ups. And just more than just one. Sort of like I managed, I think it was about 20 in a row, which I was pretty pleased with. So I have been not like super athletic fit, but definitely super fit compared to what I am now a couple of times in my life. And I've always felt so good about it. So I really ought to try and get back into it. Okay. Right, so they're all trimmed. So now I need to clean off the ironing board because currently it's full of press stud stuff. And I need to press my seams. So I'm going to transfer this all over to Mum's desk. I don't need this because it's not got the right tools in it. So that can go back into the cupboard. Okay. Transfer that over. Right. Let's iron some seams. hopefully this stuff irons well. We shall soon find out, shan't we? Where did I get to with the chat? Noelia says, have you heard of the 7-minute workout app? It's a free app and has a good place to start. You can then create longer workouts if you want to as well. I have got it, and I tried that for a while as well. Yeah, it needs to just become a habit, doesn't it? I haven't got Marmite. Oh. But yes, no, I like that app, Noelia. I need to start using that again. Alison says you would love to try the chocolates that you love with the rose and violet creams. Sadly, I can't get them here in Australia. Oh, that's sad. I would say ask for it to be included in your pattern swap, but they're about £15 for the box, so you'd end up with no pattern and just chocolates. If you take part, that is, Alison. I don't know if you decided to sign up or not, and you obviously don't have to if you don't want to. Rose says, I'm so uncoordinated, but love yoga with Adrienne on YouTube. She makes it comfortable and able to modify positions. That's who I am going to try and follow. She does a 30-day one, doesn't she? That's the one I want to try and follow. Nimue says, I didn't do any exercise for years and felt it. Then I got into my dance classes and I'm feeling so much better. Keeping all the fingers crossed they don't have to cancel them all again. Yeah, that was another reason I started salsa, was because I wanted to do something that I enjoyed. And I love it and I really miss it. Cecilia says, yoga is the only thing I've found that helps with the perpetual back pain. I have 2 deherniated discs, degenerating discs in my lower back. Oh, ouch, you poor thing. And I'm glad you found something that helps. I was actually thinking about getting one of those waist training corsets, like not the ones that you sweat and work out in, ones that you just wear day to day, to try and get this back to what it used to be. I'm aware that there's exercise and diet involved in that, but also for posture help, because I do find myself slouching quite a lot, as you guys will witness in the streams. And I just think that if I had a underbust corset on, and there's a company on Instagram called Glamour Corsets who are based in the States, and I've spoken to her, and she actually said I'd need the short one, because from my iliac crest to my underbust is 8.5 inches. So I do have a long torso, but apparently all the length is up here. I have a short waist. So she was, but I was going to buy it, but the corset itself was nearly $80, and then the postage was, I think, $75. It was nearly as expensive to have it posted as it was to buy the actual corset. And I said that to her. I was like, I'm in the UK, and I said I just need to save up a little bit longer, because that the postage has just put it over the edge of what I can afford. It's a little bit bouncy. Yeah, this is poly, but it's a little bit bouncy, but it is pressing, so that's good. Do I need to put water in here? I think I do. That might help. There we go. And she very kindly offered me a 15% discount, which was lovely of her. She's a small business. And I said to her, I was like, I'm aware that postage is expensive. I do know that. I know it's not. She's like, that's just what they charge for the boxes that I use and send. And I was just like, I know that. I'm not trying to say that you're, ripping anyone off or anything. It is just a consideration. And then I started looking for sort of a UK company that did something comparable. But I felt much more confident ordering from her, because she, there was a whole bunch of questions that she asked, and then she was talking about waist training and seasoning your corset and things like that. And I talked about all of this in a video the other day, but I ended up cutting it out because I went on for about 5 minutes about it, and it was just me waffling like this. I'd found her through Miss Victory Violet and Blossoms and Buttercups, both of whose Instagrams I love, and they both dress sort of like vintage leaning, and they both use these corsets. And a well-fitting corset is not an uncomfortable thing, and I don't want a tight lace. That's not, I don't want to have an 18-inch waist, because that would just be uncomfortable and none of my clothes would fit. But it was just something I was looking into for the posture side of things, as well as the waist reduction. So because I do miss my little waist, but I also appreciate that everything else about me has also increased proportionally in size. So I am still the same sort of shape I was when I had a 24-inch waist. Just, I mean, if I had the same size boobs and hips that I do now when I had my 24-inch waist, that would just be mad, because currently it's 28, 29. But can you imagine being that tiny? Where did I get to? Jennifer says to Cecilia, I feel you, I have spinal fusion. Caroline says, I danced from the age of 3 and had to give it up after a fall and broke my back and neck scuppered it. I really miss it. I remember you telling me that, Caroline. I'm so sorry that happened and you can't do what you love. Alison says, you have convinced me to sign up now. There's chocolates involved. They do smaller boxes of the pre-stat rose and violet creams. So, you know, doesn't have to be. I was going to buy myself a box of those for tomorrow because I've been feeling so ill. But then I thought it would be a bit silly to buy myself really fancy chocolates if I'm being sick all the time. Cecilia says, I use tight lacing corsets and I'd say try it. There are a few corset makers in the UK. Yeah, I've the one that I looked at was what Katie did, and it ended up being the same price as what the postage and the corset from Glamour Corsets would have cost me. Olivia says red threaded has patterns for corsets. Yep, that was the other thing. I was thinking about possibly making one. But I want this one. I wanted like a nude colorway. I wanted it to be super functional and something that I could wear. I think they call it stealthing when you wear it under regular everyday clothes. The reason I started talking about it on the blog the other day was because somebody had said that the gathering on the back of the Gertie dress rather than darts was because they used to wear corsets and girdles in that era. It was a 1940s inspired dress, and the gathering would hide the muffin top from the corset. And I thought that was really interesting, but then I went on to this massive rant about the glamour corsets, not rant, waffle, the glamour corsets, and then yoga and exercise and all that kind of stuff. And it was just like, oh, you know what, actually, no, let's not include that, because those kind of things can be very triggering for some people, can't they? And I thought talking to you guys about it would give me the ability to answer questions and give you more context if people wanted more context. Whereas on a vlog, it could be misconstrued. My intention could be misconstrued by people, and I never want to annoy or upset anyone. So I thought chat about it here. Although having said that, all these clothes that I'm making would not fit if I had a corset, because these are all made for the current waist measurement that I have at the moment. But then saying that, it's very easy to take things in, and I could belt these as well. So yeah. There's another one, Rachel. She's in New York, and her boyfriend is a tailor, and she does tight lace, I believe, and she looks stunning. She dresses very vintage as well. Leggy Leslie says, yoga with Adrian is by far the best yoga practice to follow. You could try Heather Robertson for exercise. She does low impact exercise. Both have a great help with long COVID. That's cool. Thank you, Leslie. I shall check those ones out. I hadn't heard of those ones. I've been following some of Lily Sabri on her YouTube workouts, because she does sort of like bite-sized ones. She does very long, sort of 40, 50-minute live workouts with her as well, but she does sort of bite-sized ones and specifically targeting certain areas. And I've been enjoying those, and I can do those. And she does low-impact versions as well, and like no jumping and things like that, which is great. So yeah, I've been dabbling. I just need to try and find something that works for me, kind of like all the way around kind of thing. So I'll get there. We'll get there. Cecilia says to Jennifer, It seems to be where it's headed, unfortunately, but it's such a life, lol. Don't lift stupid heavy things with poor form, kids. Yes. Caroline says, I'm lucky because I'm still up and moving. Yes. Cecilia says, I really like timeless trends, corsets, and if you want to review information, I suggest Lucy's Corsetry on YouTube. Yeah, she's amazing. She is amazing, and she does very thorough reviews. And her hair. Gorgeous hair. Jubilee says, I've just fallen into a rabbit hole that is Instagram's search engine and found out that Princess Anne is re-wearing clothes partying daily after 20 to 30 years. Oh, that's lovely. I love that Princess Beatrice's wedding dress was one of the Queen's old party dresses. I wouldn't have had the sleeves added like Princess Beatrice did for her wedding dress. I would have kept it much more like the way the Queen wore it when she did wear it. But I love that. I love that was an option for her, and that's what she picked. I thought that was really nice. That's another reason I want to start making more slips and things, because if I start wearing corsets, you need to have something between yourself and the corset to help, cleanliness and things, because the chemises or slips can be washed easily, whereas corsets cannot be. So yeah, that was another reason I want to make some more slips. I love the one that I have now. It's from Next, and it's a lacy little number. And I also have a microfiber one in a kind of nude colour that I can wear under lighter things. That was why I wanted a nude corset as well, so that I could wear it under lighter coloured things as well. Although, if I do decide to go down that route, and I do get, because the lady that I spoke to at Glamour Corsets recommended a 24-inch one for my current waist measurement, 24 or 23 inches. And I was just like, wow. And if I did end up lacing down to that width here, then just the dramatic nature of I don't know if I'd be able to make trousers fit, because for them to fit at the waist, I don't know if I'd be able to get them over my butt. Like Rachel mentioned with her Lander trousers that she'd made recently, they were, because of the difference between her waist and her hips, they were very difficult to get on and off. So yeah, and I was talking to Big Bird last night actually, and she suggested an invisible side zipper as well as a fly front. And it might come to that actually, because I mean that would be a 20-inch difference between my waist and my hips if I did lace down to that size. I mean, which would look amazing, and if it's comfortable, then yeah. But it makes making trousers interesting. Now, this is not the nicest stuff to press. It doesn't really want to behave. So it's going to be interesting. I might end up top stitching some of the collar details and the cuff details on this to get crisp edges. It's not so bad on the skirt, and we'll see how it looks once I've sewn the second line of stitching on these seams and press them to one side. We'll see how it looks. But yeah, it's definitely a polyester fabric, but that's fine. It was 20 quid for 5 meters, so I'm not complaining. Lady McElroy do something, a print that's very similar, because I was convinced it was that print, and it was a Dobby. They call it Dobby silk, which is actually 100% viscose. So depending on how I feel when I'm wearing this dress, I may or may not invest in some of the Lady McElroy viscose and remake it, because it's such a similar print. And as you guys know, I'm not the hugest fan of polyester. But, I mean, having said that, all my scuba dresses are polyester, but I only ever wear those in the winter. And I suppose these are going to be autumn and winter dresses, aren't they? So it'll probably be fine. I will probably wear this, no problem. So we shall see. Right, that's all 4 seams pressed. Let's sew the second line of stitching onto them. Let's have some of this mint tea as well. See how we're going with that. Hello. There we go. Turn you out. That's left the spoon in. Oh, it is nice. I would have put some honey in it myself, but that's just me because I have a sweet tooth, as you guys all know. Right, where did I get to with the chat? Olivia says Lucy's hair is his goals. Yes, 100%. She is just beautiful, isn't she? Jennifer says to Cecilia, I have a genetic condition called hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, plus a number of other conditions, so it makes me susceptible to falling apart at a young age. I joined Foundations Revealed to step up my sewing skills. Shan, it was my 2020 birthday present to myself. Oh, awesome. And Olivia says, I love Kathy Hay, me too. Charlie says Bernadette Banner wears corsets. Yes, she has scoliosis, didn't she, as a child growing up? So she was in a medical corset for a long time. Yeah, now, yeah, I'm thinking it might help with my back pain. It's all self-inflicted because my posture is bad when I'm sewing. And that's why I think the corsets will help, because you can't slouch in those. I want to give it a try first, though, rather than this may sound ridiculous. I do want to make some corsets. I have some dresses that are going to need corsets or corselets underneath them, but I want to try a ready-to-wear corset, although I know that they are not, unless they're made to measure, that corsets tend to not be as comfortable. But an underbust short line corset, I wanted to try that first to see how I felt about it, to then maybe possibly make my own. We shall see. Duvalier says, I think she had to add for royal protocol. I've heard something about no uncovered shoulders in the presence of Her Majesty. Ah, even though Her Majesty had uncovered shoulders herself when she wore it. I wonder if it's a church thing, because thinking about it a bit, like even Meghan Markle's dress showed collarbone but was covered up there, wasn't it? Ah, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Alison says Tara Moss, who is an author and has a YouTube channel, she does a video about making corsets. There's a German lady that Bernadette and Kathy recommend as well. She's got a YouTube channel about corset making. Cassie says, I have a 35 centimeter difference between waist and hips. I need to put longer zippers in my Lorettas. Yes, when I was a Playboy bunny, I had to keep requesting for them to put in longer zippers. Wait, I think I've told you guys this story before, but I remember going for the fitting at the couture house that were building or making the very first set of bunny outfits for us all. And they'd called 5 of us in. They'd come to the place that we were training to measure everybody, and then 5 of us they called in because our measurements were so squiffy that they were like, well, yeah. So, and mine was because of the difference between my bust, waist and hips. And they measured me again. And the way that they build the bunny suits is they build the front, they build the back, and there's loads of seam allowance at the sides. So they fit it there, and they were cupped. So you got the certain cup size, and it was a way of them being able to like easily take the uniforms apart and then fit them to new people, because you could split up the side seams and put them on a new person. And the original bunny outfit I had the lacing at the hip, which my later one didn't, but the lacing at the hip is part of the original trademarked uniform. So they fitted it to me without the crotch being done up, so I could get into it easily. But the minute they did the crotch up, I couldn't get it over my hips because they'd put in a short zipper. And I had been telling them the entire time, I'm going to need a longer zipper, I'm going to need a longer zipper, I'm going to need a longer zipper. No, we know what we're doing. It's like, okay, fine. And I trusted them, and I needed a longer zipper. So yes, I know what you mean about that, having to put your I want to make some Lorettas, actually. I kind of fancy making the longer making them into trousers. Getting mint leaves in my mouth. Blip. They have similar pockets to the skirt that I'm wearing today, actually. I think they look quite fetching, and I've seen quite a few people lengthen them. I wouldn't wear them as shorts because I don't like my legs, but I would wear them as long trousers or culottes. Cecilia says to Jennifer, I've wanted to join Foundations Revealed. How do you like it? And Jennifer says to Cecilia, I love it. There is a treasure trove of information and support. That's awesome. And Sarah says, Miss B Townsend's Vintage Tips and Tricks has a YouTube video about seasoning a corset. Yes. Yes, that was one of the nice things I liked about the glamour corset lady that I spoke to as well. She has like a whole wealth of information about how to properly season a corset to make sure that it's then comfortable and fits to you well, and how to do it. So yes, I might speak to the very lovely Erica Lee and see if she wouldn't mind me having it sent to her and then sending it on to me, because I think there might be a cheaper way of getting the postage over, although I'm not 100% sure. And Erica's coming over hopefully in May next year for the retreat. I really hope that goes ahead. I can't put it off anymore. It was oh, that would make me cry. No, it'll be fine. That's plenty of time away. So she could always bring it over then, but I kind of want to start doing waist training sooner than that, really, realistically. I'm glad you're enjoying Foundations Revealed. I've been very tempted to sign up a couple of times, but I was kind of like, well, I'm not really doing that kind of sewing yet. I do want to at some point, but not yet. But I am tempted. Where did I get to with the chat? Dubele says, I don't know about the church thing, as every church has different rules of decorum, if we could call it that. As for Her Majesty, she was wearing the shawls. That's what the photo shows. And she is Her Majesty. This is true. So her own shoulders may not offend her. And I know it's not the shoulders offend her. Yeah, interesting. Cassie says, I wear both long and short Lorettas for work. They're great, so comfy. Awesome. Jane says, they are my next make. I made the shorts for fit and they are fabulous. Oh, very cool. Thank you, Jane. And Nimue says, we're all hoping for May. I think I'm saving 2 weeks of this year's vacation time for the retreat. Yay. Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to meeting you in person, although I feel like I already know you, Nimue. Yeah. Obviously, Anna as well. It'd be very nice. It's been over a year since I've seen you all. Wow. Wow. Can't believe it's been that long. Have I put up the dates for the next year's retreat yet? I think I've still left it as the October dates. I need to change that announcement, don't I? And put up the new dates. Because I know, Duvalet, you were interested in coming. I'm hoping Arlene and her husband can come because they were going to come to this one and then they had to cancel. They're from Canada. And Charlotte as well. It's coming from Sierra Leone. And Eileen from the Gambia. No, is that right? Eileen is, oh, where is Eileen? If you're here, where have you moved to? I think you're in the process of moving at the moment, so you may not be here. No, it begins with a G. I think I have that right. I do have open spaces, Duvalet. She's asking for a reminder of the dates and if I still have open spaces. It's the last weekend in April and the second weekend in May, from the Thursday through to arriving Thursday, leaving Monday afternoon. Obviously, I would suggest that you perhaps book a couple of extra nights and come for a little bit longer. I know Jojo and Erica are doing that. I think Rachel and her hubby will be doing that as well. But yes, there are spaces available. So I really do need to put the dates up, don't I, so that people can start booking them if they would like to. Yes, it's too late for me to take out event insurance now, because I very much doubt anyone will cover it. But hopefully by the end of April, we will be allowed to be near each other and traveling again. Duvalet says great minds think alike. Cassie says, I'm looking forward to seeing my parents. They only live 3 hours away, but I'm in Melbourne and we still haven't eased our lockdown to open up stores. Oh, wow. Yeah. I so miss my friends. I haven't seen anyone other than via FaceTime since, and obviously Wilson, since February. I mean, I know we're all in the same boat. I'm not trying to say poor me or anything, but yeah, I really want to see my friends. I'm so lucky I live with somebody. Sorry, I'm properly concentrating, aren't I? The chat stops when I start sewing. Shall hang this up for the skirt to do its bias droppy thingy if it wants to. The green textured dress, I mentioned, I put the one take waffle up for the Patreon peeps yesterday as well. The green textured dress is not dropping on the bias, so I think I can just hem that one and get that one finished, which would be nice. So I'll have 2 finished projects in October. Hopefully I can finish a couple more things in October as well. And then I need to start working on like trousers and stuff. I've got all the patterns traced, but they need altering. And then I need to make some muslins before I start cutting into the really expensive Lady McElroy wool that I've got. So, yes. Yes, where did I get to? Nimue. Cassie says, oh, sorry, I'm looking for buttons. I'll chat more. That's okay, don't worry. Nimue says, yeah, having moved back in with my parents really paid off this year. I don't want to imagine what my mental health would have done if I'd been alone. It was bad enough. Yeah. Charlie says, my daughter is at uni 300 miles away. Nearly broke my heart when she told me she just wants a hug. Oh, bless. Yeah. Duvalier says, hopefully I'll know what's happening with work-wise at the old job. Might work there for a bit at the same time as my new job, so I'll be able to make some informed decisions. But I'd think to come for the May retreat and have a week worth of vacation overall. That would be awesome, Duvalier. I'm very looking forward to meeting you too. Because again, the same as Nimue, I feel like I know you already. I feel like I know you guys. So I was really scared with the first one that it would feel weird because I knew you guys from the chats and the comments and things. And obviously you guys feel like you know me as well from the videos and stuff, but then it's very different, like a 10-minute section of someone to a full, 24 hours of them. Not the 24 hours, but 16 odd hours of them every day for 3 days. I was a bit worried that everyone gets sick of me. Like, oh God, no, she's awful. But it wasn't the case, and it was wonderful. And I really needn't have worried. We're 4.5 hours in, and I've sewn 3 seams, or nearly sewn 3 seams. Doing well. Doing well. I do really look forward to these afternoons with you guys. It's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. I know it takes me ages to do anything. That's because I'm chatting to you, and I like chatting. Okay. Noelia says, I never thought that polyester stretched, but I ended up dropping 5 centimeters at the sides. Oh, wow. Noelia says, bye, Sean and Peeps. My daughter keeps asking me to stop watching the live so we can watch the Umbrella Academy. I'd love to meet you all too. Maybe one day I'll go to one of the treats. Oh, that would be so cool. But Noelia, before you go, if I ever do make it over to Ipswich again to see my friend Tatty, we definitely need to meet up and go and have a look at Lily and Mimi, the fabric store. Yes. At some point I will get to meet you in person, whether it be in Ipswich or at one of the retreats. Either would be lovely. But yes, enjoy the Umbrella Academy. I very much like that, actually. I need to get back into that. I haven't watched the new episode of Star Trek Discovery either. That's going to be my evening's entertainment, I think. Oh, I was saying in the One Take Waffle to the Peeps, I started watching The Boys, and I have finished watching The Boys. I watched it in 2 days. Because I wasn't sleeping and I was not well, so I basically stayed up till like 6 in the morning, or was awake until 6 in the morning. So I kind of powered through The Boys, and it is awesome. But all of the trigger warnings at the beginning, like graphic nudity, swearing, really graphic, blood and gore, and just adult themes and all of that were just, it's they're not kidding around, but it was very cool. Oh, I hate pouring this when this is full. A little bit more water on the ironing board. It's not good. Don't need much in there. There we go. Did I turn that on? I think I did. Let's just turn it on just in case. Let's see. Duvalier says goodbye to Noelia. Enjoy your Sunday. Noelia says, yes, I'd love to meet up one day. We're on the 2nd episode of season 1. Oh, cool. Noelia says, thanks, Duvalier. Alison says, Sian, when do you need to know about participating in the pattern swap by? You've got till the 31st of October. And then Duvalier said to Alison, the 31st of October. Nimue says, well, for having purposely low ambitions today, I did manage to finish my 2nd Stella joggers, and I didn't even forget the elastic in the waistband this time. Oh, awesome. And then Alison said, thank you to Duvalier. Nice. That's very nice, Nimue. I'm glad you got something done. Hope you're feeling a bit better. Right, let's see. This is a plenty full skirt. It'll be fine. Oh, let's press these seams. It's kind of weird. It kind of presses, but it still kind of stays bouncy as well. It's not that really crisp press that you can get from rayon or cotton. It's kind of flat, but still sort of bouncy. This is why I'm thinking I might actually top stitch some of the like the collar and the cuffs and stuff on this one. It's not something that's called for in the pattern, but I might do it because it's not quite as crisp as I would like it. I suppose I could take it to the dry cleaners to have it pressed, which is a tip that lots of people say for their coats, to once you've made it, take it to the dry cleaners to have it professionally pressed. I wonder if they do that with, I wonder if it would work with this kind of fabric. Although I can kind of understand it with a coat. Might end up getting quite, mind you, I don't use a lot of polyester fabric for making dresses, do I? So it won't end up getting expensive because it's not a very, yeah, that's a nice full skirt. Sort of like just waffling away here, aren't I? Sorry. Many tangents. My brain is all over the place. So let's hang this up. Oh yeah, look, finished items. Hang this up on the skirt hanger. So it can do its thing. It's a really pretty fabric. Forgive it for being polyester. Right, we can start work on the bodice now. Okay. We've got some Dior darts in this bodice. Exciting times. Got to love a good Dior dart. For those of you wondering what a Dior dart is, teeny tiny dart on a princess seam for extra shaping. Don't know why they're called Dior darts. Maybe Dior perfected them. I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Let's finish this mint tea. I have got lemon and ginger tea bags upstairs and also mint tea bags upstairs, so I will drink a lot of that when I go home later. This is helping though, so that's good. This is good. Trying to decide which of my viscose jerseys need to go into the pile to be made. I think quite a lot of the, I'll have to turn you guys around. Duvalo says, Sean, is the retreat pricing staying the same for May as the provided for? Yes, it is. It is. There were slight increases for this year, which is why the price went up. And then there's been no increases for next year. So yeah, Ruth increased the price because the amount of work that she ended up undertaking during the days, because obviously Lyle Cream is usually a bed and breakfast, so usually everyone pees off during the day and they have the house to themselves, but we hired the house for the day as well, and that was where the price increase came about for this year, was because there was just that much work involved in it, and Ruth had underpriced for the first time, and she actually only asked to increase by a little bit, and I actually increased it by a bit more than that, because I wanted to make sure that she was happy to run these events for the foreseeable future. And yeah, I think that helped. But obviously, as we've not done any of the events this year, then there's been no price increase for next year. Because there's been no kind of like new, like, oh yes, I've got to take that into account. Hang on, let me turn you around so you can see the jersey. So it's not overly clear, is it? But I'm definitely want that mustard one and the orange one, and then some of these tan and beige colours. Definitely the khaki and the bottle green, and there's some navy in there as well, and then red. Yeah. I'm going to make quite a few t-shirts out of that lot. There's quite a lot that will go in quite well with the collection. So t-shirt week will happen, and I will just power through a whole bunch of those. Duvalo says, is there an initial price for sewing machine rental? There probably will be, but it won't be a lot of money. I need to work out where I'm getting the machines from and how much that's going to cost, because the very first time the very lovely Lynette provided the sewing machines, and she came as my guest, so I paid for her food and accommodation, and she didn't charge me for getting to the retreat or for the hire of the sewing machines. So the very first time sewing machines were free to you guys, and it just cost me the Lynette's room and board, as it were. But this time around, I will need to hire some sewing machines, especially for yourself if you're coming from Lithuania. For if Arlene comes from Canada, Erica uses my machine, because it's similar-ish to one that she already uses back at home. And Charlotte's coming from Sierra Leone. Eileen may need one, so I need to hire more machines this time round. So yes, there will be a small charge, but it's not going to be hundreds of pounds. It's not going to add massively to the cost of the retreat. And even if it costs me hundreds of pounds, I will absorb that cost, because I don't think that that's right. So yes, there will be a small charge, but I don't know what it is yet, but it's not going to be exorbitant. Cassie says, just have to sew some buttons on, and I've completed a picnic blouse whilst you've been live. You've been much more productive than me. I have a skirt. Right, let's get some bodice sewn together, shall we? That's the side front, bodice side back. So put that there. And we've got the bodice front and that one, and then we need a yoke. Okay, so right, so darts first. Now I have previously marked in my darts. Yes, I have. That's awesome. And I've done all my notches and other little marks, so I can sew my darts in and then move on to princess seams. Darts and princess seams in one outfit. Fun times. So just press the foot up. Let's pin these into place. Duvalier says, okay, sorry for the questions. Just like to know all the details so that I'd know how much this weekend could cost me. Yeah, no, it's not a problem at all, Duvalier. I'm very happy to answer whatever questions you have. And the same for anyone else if anyone else is interested in the retreat. Mum's course, Mum's doing an afternoon course, is going to be £50 for 4 hours. And that includes all of the materials. And obviously Mum's time and teaching as well. So if you wanted to take part in the quilting course, and it's applicable to the bag that we're going to make, and you can the technique that she's going to teach you is crazy quilting, and you can take part in that or not as you decide. It's going to be on the Sunday afternoon in the sewing room, and the Sunday morning will be a continuation of the class. Hopefully by then everyone should be finishing their bags or have finished their bags. And what I suggest people do is bring a project to work on if you have finished, and then if you haven't finished, we'll just keep on plugging away at the bag. And then in the afternoon you can continue to sew on your own projects. You can go out and wander around Laocoon. You can go out and wander around St. Lawrence. You can take part in Mum's quilting course. So yes, Sunday afternoon, there are many options. Caroline says, be right back, just going back into the house for the sewing, from the sewing room office. It's getting dark already. It is, isn't it? It is. Oops, no. Again, I shouldn't be pinning these on my lap. I should be pinning them on the flat surface. And I continue to pin them on my lap. Right, let's get these darts sewn. Backstitched to the end of my dart there. No. Jennifer says, all right, got to go. Time to volunteer. Thanks. Thankfully, it's from home and I can do it in PJs. Awesome, Jennifer. Thank you very much for joining us. It was lovely to see you. I'm glad your new iPad is behaving itself and is your friend. Right, second dart. This fabric was fun to mark because some of it is light and then a lot of it is dark. So one of these darts is marked on a lighter area, so I've done that in the friction pen, and then this dart is on a darker area, so I've done it with my chalk prim marker. I've lost my chalk prim marker. I'm very sad. Don't know where it's gone. It'll turn up. But it has left the building. I'm quite tempted to get another one for a different coloured lead or a different coloured chalk even, because whilst you can obviously change the pencil, the chalk refills out fairly easily, it would be nice to have one for kind of white chalk and then one for a darker chalk, so I wouldn't have had to use my friction pen, although I might have lost both of them then. But yes, I've lost my my prim chalk marker, which is sad. Very sad. Okay, so dart number 1 is in. Just tie off, because I'm tying the ends of my darts, just tying the threads together rather than backstitching, because you don't want to backstitch. I'm sure you all know this, but just in case anybody didn't, you don't backstitch at the end of the dart because you don't want to add bulk in that area. So tying off my threads. And again, you don't want to pull it too taut because that's just, it'll give you the same issue, pointy darts, but it needs to be taut enough to hold the stitching. Right, so I need to press those and then I can sew on the princess side seams, side front bodice pieces. So turn the iron on, turn you guys around. Anna says, that's fantastic about the QQ doing a little quilting course, as I was going to ask about some advice about some quilting, etc. Do we prepay for the course, asking as if we do not finish our bags, then we would not be able to do the quilting course? I hope that makes sense. Yes, you will. We do need a sign up, an idea of numbers. So we will be asking you to sign up ahead of time to do the quilting course. Hopefully, like, you know, you guys, majority of you guys all finished the bags in 2 days last time, and we're going to have 2.5 days this time. And I'm purposefully picking bags that have not got too many components, so that, and again, we're going to cut out ahead of time. You guys are going to cut out your interfacing ahead of time. So I'm just providing the hardware kits this time. I'm not going to be providing the interfacing as well to be cut out when you get there. So when you arrive, you should just be able to immediately start sewing. So I'm hoping that everyone's going to finish in the 2.5 days. I know Rachel's going to finish in 1.5 days. So I'm telling Rachel to bring another something to sew. But if you want to, regardless of whether you finished your bag or not, if you sign up for the quilting course, then you can stop, and there will obviously be the sew alongs for you to finish the bag with. So yes, we do need to know ahead of time, just so that we can provide the correct amount of supplies, because as I mentioned, all of the supplies are included in that price. Although having said that, it's not going to be the end of the world if somebody decides at the last minute that they want to take part and change their mind on the day. We can totally accommodate that as well. It will just be, it won't be, it would, yeah, we'd need to, because of where we're going to be living, we're going to be much further away from Lalcombe. So it wouldn't be just a nip down the road and grab the bits and pieces that we'd need. So we'd need to know at least the night before if somebody wanted to take part in the quilting course. But yes, ideally it would be pre-booked ahead of time so that Mum has an idea of numbers. So they are both pressed. Now I can pin in my princess seams. And I'm going to be French seaming these because this is an unlined bodice. So I need to remember that because I was going to just sew them in. Oh, hi. Right. So I need to remember to French seam these. Fun times. Okay, so Anna says, Rachel, be finished in half a day. Yep, okay, no worries. That's great. Thank you. Awesome. And Nimaway says, speaking of bags, do you have the measurements for your laptop sleeve in relation to your laptop? After 13 years, finally treated myself to a new MacBook and it'll need a fancy dress. I went for like an inch of room. I think. Can't remember off the top of my head, but I think I went for an inch of room. Right, let's start French seaming these bad boys together. So like an inch bigger than the measurements all around of your lappy toppy. But how exciting! Here's my notch. Where's my other notch? There it is. Okay, so this is a princess seam, and you can French seam princess seams. I've done a video on how to do it, but quick recap, I will be sewing the larger portion of the seam first, so the 3/8 of an inch of the seam first, and then I will be sewing the 1/4 of an inch trimming that down and sewing the 1/4 of an inch. And that just means that the seam there's enough room for the seam to bend around the corners without having to clip into it like you would usually with a princess seam. So get this in. Might pin the back together as well, because that's another princess seam. So just get them all kind of pinned into place and sorted at the same time. Makes sense. Nimoy says, great, thanks. Anna says, just noticed the typo, meant to read Rachel would be finished in half a day as she is phenomenally fast a sewist. Yes, she is indeed. So I do tell her to bring an extra project with her. I mean, I'm very happy, like when Big Bird came down to visit, she'd made some muslins of the Magnolia dress and the Anna dress. And she tried them on and I helped her sort of like troubleshoot some fit issues. I'm happy to do that kind of thing. I will reiterate that I am not an expert. So it would just be kind of me eyeballing it and sort of get going with the kind of gut reaction of oh, I think this is what needs to, that sort of thing. I'm very happy to do that kind of thing on the Sunday if you've finished your bags. And again, I will reiterate, I am not an expert, so I may not be able to give you brilliant advice, but I will certainly try and help. And I know that trying to troubleshoot and fit dresses, especially the backs of dresses by yourself, is quite difficult. So it might just be that it's more of like a helping hand rather than me kind of being like, oh yes, well this is exactly the problem and this is exactly how you need to fix it. But I'm very happy to have people bring that kind of project with them if they wanted to. Just another bag, because I think we're going to do the same bag unless I find another one that I'd rather do. But yeah, we'll if we do the same bag that we were going to do this October, there is a commuter tote size and then a handbag size. So you could possibly cut out the smaller size one as well to start sewing that, because the process is exactly the same. It's just less pockets on the inside of it. And personally, I like having a matching set. But yeah, you can bring whatever project you like for the Sunday. And for those that do need to be continuing working on their bag, like Lorraine and Lynn, they were the ones that specifically asked for the extra days. And they were so close to being finished last time that, yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm not sure if Lynn has finished her Celine bag, so she might want to bring that with her, for example. But yeah. Caroline says, back now, grabbed a snack on the way through the kitchen. Nice. Alison says, good night, Shine and Peeps. I've posted in the KB Facebook page about the quilting patterns that I was talking about previously. It's time I got into bed with Binks. Love to Gianna and Susie. Thank you, Alison. Good night. Anna says good night to Alison as well. Alison says good night to Alison. And we're all caught up with chat. Right, so yeah, I'm going to pin the princess seams on the back bodice at the same time, because just makes sense to French seam everything together, doesn't it? So fold those pattern pieces up, put those in their envelopes. There we go. Great. Start pinning those together. So going for 5 hours so far. I'm feeling much less nauseated. I think that's the correct use of that term. Nauseous now, which is good. The mint tea has helped. Oh no, it's wrong sides together. Nearly pinned that the wrong way around. Wrong sides together. I pinned those the right. Yeah, I've done those the right way. Oh, that pinning and I've done it wrong. That would have been a nightmare. Right. So wrong sides together. Now again, you don't have. I've done a sew along for this dress at the beginning of the year. I really like it. You obviously don't have to French seam the insides of this. You could pink the edges, you could overlock the edges, you can do whichever your preferred finishing method is. You don't have to French seam them. As you know, I like French seams, which is why I am doing that. I've just had another message. I'm just going to check it really briefly. 2 seconds. In fact, I've had lots of messages. Oh, wow. 2 really long messages, so I will look at those a bit later. Right, sorry. Oh, wow, yeah, Nimue, your machine did not like that elastic, did it? It was not happy. It was not happy at all. Okay, right. Put that to the side because otherwise I get sucked into that. So, oh, I've moved you guys further away. That's why I'm struggling. Come back here. Hello. That's much better. I can see you now. Right, where was I? Cecilia says, going to go now. Hubby is starting story mode in Mortal Kombat 11. Bye-bye all. Have a lovely week. You too, Cecilia. Thank you for joining us. Duvile says, how are the prices on Isle of Wight for food and transportation? I know I could Google it, but since you live there. Okay, taxis are really expensive, really, really expensive. And you do need a taxi to get to St. Lawrence because there is no public transport that comes here. However, what we tend to do is try and work out carpooling for the guys that are coming. If you're coming early, last time I went and picked Erica up from the ferry port and drove her down to Lalcombe. The only thing with being in Lalcombe is that, as I mentioned, you are kind of stuck because there isn't any transport there. So it's there is transport in the next village over, but it's about £6 to get a taxi from Lalcombe to the next village over, then to get onto the buses. But the buses, once you're on them, are relatively inexpensive for a day pass. Food on the island, not too expensive. Ruth does, if you stay at Lalcombe, Ruth does breakfasts every morning for you. I mean, there's a range of food that you can eat from very expensive to cheaper. So, yeah. And obviously, you know, if you're staying a little bit longer, we can try and sort some bits and pieces out. That would be nice if you were staying at the same time as Jojo and Erica, because it would make kind of like, you know, we could do things together. I think, as I say, Rachel wants to stay a little bit longer as well. So, yeah. I don't know what food prices are like in Lithuania, so I can't say how comparable it is to there. But a taxi from one of the ferry ports to St. Lawrence is around £35 to £40. So it is expensive. So I would highly suggest carpooling, or somebody, like one of us, will come and get you and take you to the hotel if you end up staying a little bit longer. You might want to consider maybe not staying at Lol Coombe for the entire time, and perhaps moving to a hotel that's in Ventnor or something like that, just so that you're a little bit more mobile and wouldn't have to get a taxi from St Lawrence to Ventnor to then get on public transport for the island. That might be something worth considering. And there's loads of hotels in Ventnor. The Spyglass has some really great ones, so that's an option as well to consider. And I'm very happy to sort of try and help planning and things like that if you would like. Duvalier says, would it be more convenient to rent a car in the airport? Yeah, possibly. If you want to explore the island, I would highly recommend. Although what I would suggest that you do is I would get to the island and rent a car on the island, because the car ferry is really expensive as opposed to the foot ferry. The foot ferry, you're looking at 20 odd quid. The car ferry can be anywhere from like £80 upwards. So what I would suggest that you do is there is a bus service from Heathrow, although I'm sure there's bus services from other places as well, that will get you to the port, then get the foot ferry, and then hire a car to have you picked up at the other side. Or again, if need be, we could come and collect you from the ferry and take you to wherever the hire car is, but hopefully they could meet you at the ferry port. But I would suggest not putting a car onto the ferry because expensive if you can avoid it. And again, there's people coming in from overseas, so quite a few people coming in from overseas who will be in the same sort of boat as you. So what we will try and do is coordinate people so that you can travel together as much as possible, which will help reduce costs as well. Nancy says, well, Peeps, I'm going to sign off. Please like the video and get your complete information email in regards to the swap. What's the email again? info@kittenishbehavior.com. Nicholas says, hey, what are you sewing? I am sewing the VB, but with these sleeves. Nimue says, no, it really wasn't happy. Didn't improve on the second go, but I'll try and microtex needle when I add the elastic to the other pair. Nice. Okay, right, let's sew these princess seams in. First pass. And then now I'm going to sew it with this side up. So I sew it with the side that's got the more volume to be eased in up, because I find that I can control it more easily that way. I know Whitney from Tomcat Stitchery sews it with the volume side down so that the feed dogs do the work. Again, neither is right or wrong. You do what works for you. So this into place. I think I'm going to get the bodice together and then we'll call it a day for today, because the other thing that I can do, because I haven't got any of the interfacing cut out, so I think the other thing that I can do is the sleeves, but I would need to do the continuous lap on the sleeves before I can sew them together, and I don't want to do that because I need to have brain power for that. So I think I'll get the bodice together as much as I can, and then we'll go from there. We'll call it a day there. I think that makes sense, doesn't it? Nicola says, thanks for the answers. Saw the pattern bodice. It looks saw the pattern bodice before. It looks beautiful. Duvalier says, okay, so car rental could be a comfortable option, and yes, if foot ferry is cheaper, I'm all for it. Since my thoughts are of staying a couple more days on the Isle of Wight and spending 2 days in London. Yeah. Although, as I say, it might be worth considering moving hotel to a more populous area with better transport links once we've done at Larcombe. So, because I mean, it made sense for people to stay there before because we lived in the village, but we won't be living in the village there. So, you know, you could perhaps move to another part of the island, which has got easier access to the public transport. So, although there are, I mean, most of the major attractions you can easily get to with public transport, but a car would obviously give you more freedom and flexibility. And I mean, Larcombe is beautiful, so don't let me put you off staying in that if you want to, especially if you do have a car, 100%. And there's some beautiful walks and things in St Lawrence. Right, so back bodice is done, just needs to be trimmed. Let's do the front bodices. Get those sewn on. Then I can trim the French seams down and then press and sew the last pass of the French seam. Definitely want to make I'm going to enjoy this one having sleeves on it, but I want to make a straighter style sleeve that I can roll up like the McCall's shirt dress pattern that I got out earlier. Just go around this corner. Sure my body of my dart behaves itself. Okay. Okay. Number one done. Duvalier says to Nimue, are you thinking of flying for the retreat or driving from Germany? I think Nimue was thinking about the train, actually. Is that right, Nimue? Or did you work out that it would just be far too long and you were going to fly? I think you might have said that you were going to fly in the end, didn't you? Let us know. Inquiring minds want to know. It would be so lovely to see everybody. Starting to get into the curvy bits now. Oh, I watched Crazy Rich Asians yesterday, the film. Henry Golding is so beautiful. And it was so much fun seeing Singapore. I mean, I've been to Singapore and I did stay in Raffles and we did go to the Marina Bay Sands. So, you know, I've been to a lot of the locations that they were featuring in it, but it was just like, oh, it's so lovely. I hope I can go back next year. My cousin lives in Singapore, and we're talking about perhaps going to Malaysia next year. My brother will be moving there in October, not in October, in August. And Wilson's dad lives in Penang. So they're talking about a big family trip out to visit him. So, and when they went on the trip last year, they stopped off in Singapore on the way home. So I hope we can do that again, because that would be really lovely. Nimue says to Duvalet, it's between flying or the train for me. Taking my machine is one consideration. I don't have a car of my own and ferries are so expensive. Nimue says, I could actually make the trip by train in one day if I get up really early, if they don't change the schedules. And Duvalet says, for me, flying would be faster as it would take around 2 days with trains. Oh, wow. Jane says, just finished the bodice of the 7969. Very nice, Jane. And bye, Peeps. Thank you for hanging out with us, Jane. Duvalet says, unless they will change the schedules. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Train's obviously going to take a lot longer than flying. Don't know. We'll have to coordinate and see what you guys come up with for your trips. Okay, so I'm trimming down the seam allowance on these princess seams so that I can press them flat and then sew the second pass to finish them off. What do I do after that? I then sew the yoke to the back, and then I sew the shoulder seams and stay stitch the neckline. I can do all of those things. And then what do I do after that? Yeah, then I need to do the facing, so I'll get that far this evening. And then we shall move on. Okay. Right, I think I can trim, yeah, I can trim these, but then I can sew the yoke on at the same time because there's no seam that intersects, so it doesn't have to be pressed flat. So I think I'll do that so that I can press the yoke seam when I get to, oh no, hang on a minute, because I want to burrito it. No, I won't, I will sew it on in a minute. I'll sew it on a bit later because I don't need to press it. I want to, as I say, burrito my yoke. Singapore would definitely be a city that I would like to live in at some point. I really enjoyed it. Let's see. Where did we get to? Nimue says, you do have a bit more ground to cover, Duvalet. Just an extra 2,000 kilometers or so, says Duvalet. Nimue says, but flying is fastest for me as well. Closed metal tube didn't appeal this year when traveling. It still seemed possible. Yeah. Yeah. Duvalet says, just looked at the ticket prices and they're reasonable, around €100 for a round trip. Oh, that is good. Julie says, I remember being a kid in math class thinking, I'm never going to use this in real life. And then I began to sew. Yes. Yes. Cassie says, I'd love to go, but flights are just out of reach for my wallet. I'll take a trip to Queensland instead. Yeah. I'm hoping to still come to Australia at some point and run some classes there. That was something I was supposed to be doing at the beginning of last year. And then obviously all my TMJ issues. And then, I thought there was going to be, well, never mind. So I do want to come to Australia at some point and run some classes and, visit lots of places. So hopefully that would make more sense, because I know there were some people as well that were saying they were going to come over from New Zealand to take a class if I managed to get there. And Cassie says, I'll have a hug waiting. Oh, awesome. Duvalier says, usually I could find cheaper tickets, but the plane would not land in Heathrow, so it would take an additional time and finances. Yeah, I think Heathrow is the easiest one for you to get from to the ferry port, and I think the coach was really cheap. Erica did that last year in May. I found her like a link, and it was really easy because the coach went directly to Southampton Port, whereas the trains, the trains would mean you'd need to go into London and then get on the underground and then change to another train from Waterloo, because you'd get into Paddington and then, you'd have to change over to on the underground and then get on a train from Waterloo. So the coach, whilst the coach took slightly longer, it was a easier journey, because obviously you're going to have heavy bags with you, and lugging those around the underground is never fun. Again, ask me how I know. So yeah, I would highly recommend the coach. And it should drop you off at the foot ferry. And then, as I say, like either have a car waiting for you on the island, or we'll get somebody to collect you, or taxi from the ferry to the car hire place if you go that route. Oh, I miss Viscose. Viscose would press so much nicer than this. I mean, it is pressing, it's just not a nice crisp edge. We'll get there though, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Nimue says, cheapest, easiest flight for me is usually Ryanair to Stansted. I'll definitely have to see what goes from there. I think there are still coaches that go from there. And I don't know if it's a direct coach to one of the ports, because you want to go to either Southampton or Portsmouth. But there should still be coaches from Stansted to somewhere that, if you have to change, at least it'll only be the once and it'll be to another kind of coach kind of thing. But yeah, it could be interesting to kind of sort of like see that, obviously Ryanair is the cheapest flight, but then, as Duvalier mentioned, the expense when you get to the other side of getting to where you need to go from there, it might work out better to maybe go to one of the larger airports and price wise it might work. You might end up spending more money getting from Stansted to Southampton or Portsmouth than you would otherwise. I would recommend, if you are coming on foot the entire way, that you aim for Portsmouth and you get a train all the way to Shanklin. because it's halfway around the island, which means that taxis from Shanklin to Larcombe are a lot cheaper than all the way from Cowes, which is Cowes, West Cowes, which is where the foot ferry from Southampton would drop you off. But again, I'm really happy to. I'll put all this up in the Peeps, not in the Peeps group, but on the the page for the retreats and things like that. So I'm happy to put all the travel information and help out as much as I can. Where did I get to? Duvelet says, done the heavy bags in underground already, don't want to repeat that experience again. No, I don't blame you. It is not fun, especially if you have the misfortune of ending up on the underground at a busy time of the day. Nimue says, last time going to the airport was via the underground. I got a lot of worried looks. My backpack was towering over my head, but was packed perfectly balanced. I know how to pack. Very nice. Very nice. Cassie says, if it's anything like the Melbourne end of that trip, then I don't blame you with the heavy bags. It's Skybus, then train, then tram. Just yeah. Duvelet says, for me, Ryanair lands in Stansted also, but the bus to Portsmouth will take an additional 4 to 5 hours. Oh, wow. How about the bus from Heathrow to Southampton? Nimue says, I'll definitely check the coaches, and you are a font of knowledge on the travel options. So the info is greatly appreciated. You're very welcome. No worries at all. No worries at all. I mean, if you guys can swing it so that you arrive at the same place at the same time, I know an amazing taxi company that the price of the taxi is something like 60, 70 pounds from Heathrow to Southampton. So, I mean, that if we can swing it so that sort of 3 of you arrive at the same time, then that might be an option. We could try and coordinate people's flights and things like that, because I mean, I know some of you, I know Duvelet wants to stay a little bit longer, so coming back it might be a bit different, but yeah, there's lots of options that we can explore. There's a taxi driver called George, and he is brilliant. He's very, very good at sort of Tetrising ridiculous amounts of bags into a tiny car. Because when we first got there, we'd booked a people carrier for 4 of us plus all of our suitcases for 2 weeks, and both Mum and I had 2 suitcases each, like the carry-on and the big suitcase. And he kind of turned up, and we were like, how the hell are we going to get all of our stuff in here? But he did it. And we've ended up using him every time since, because he's just so lovely. Let's see. Caroline says, check out National Express. They run coaches to and from the airports. Yeah. Heathrow and Gatwick is around 3 hours to Portsmouth. Okay. Nimue says, there are only so many airlines flying. If you, Duvelet, I would suggest you go to Southampton if you're hiring a car. But I mean, I suppose you can come to Portsmouth as well, and go down to Shanklin and get somebody to drop your car off there as well. I'm sure that that's an option. Sorry. Duvlay says £70 to share between 2 to 3 people is a very good bargain. Yeah. Nimue says there are only so many airlines flying from smaller airports one city over. Beyond that, getting to the flight takes much longer. Yeah, I'm sure we will work something out. We will make it work. It will be fine. Right, so I need to sew it with this side up. Okay, let's finish off these princess seams. Concentration face again. Tuvele says car rental is not a necessity for me, as you've suggested. I could move to another hotel with available public transport. Yeah, I think that's probably the best decision. I mean, St. Lawrence is really lovely, but it's not the kind of place that you want to get stuck, because there is a shop, but it's not got lots of options, and you know, you don't want to get stuck here. Nimue says, if people manage to get to you from North America, we should manage to make it across the channel. Yes. Duvele says, I agree with Nimue. And Duvele says, my first ever flight was to Montreal with 2 layovers, and I've managed it, so this should be easy. Yeah, totally. And as I say, we can totally kind of try and coordinate and play by ear and work out when people are arriving, because yeah, I mean, if we can get enough of you together, then like a taxi, depends when Erica, I know Erica's arriving at least a day beforehand, and I would suggest that if you're coming in from overseas, I would suggest trying to get there the day beforehand. I know it adds an extra night to the expense for the hotel, but Ruth does not charge you a lot of money for the extra nights. And I would just, because they are long days, so I would, if you can and it works financially and time wise, I would suggest getting there the day before the retreats start, if you can, because yeah, it just gives you time to sort of like unwind and breathe and chill a little bit. And it won't be so bad for you guys because of the time difference isn't going to be giant, but I know obviously coming from Seattle to here is a giant time difference. And then if Arlene and her husband Ray do come, not Ray, Kirby, Ray Craft, if they do come, then again they're coming from Canada, so the time difference for those ones is going to be quite large. I think Charlotte, who's coming from Sierra Leone, I don't think the time difference is too bad for that one as well. And the same with Eileen. I think the time difference is not too bad from the different countries in Africa. I remember when I went to South Africa for New Year's, there was only an hour's time difference, although it was a 12-hour flight. It was really weird trying to get my head around that. Yes. Caroline says, just had a quick shufty and a coach from Stansted to Portsmouth starts at just under £21. Nice. Thank you, Caroline. Do you think you'd ever come to one of the retreats? You'd have to abandon your kitties for the weekend. Nimue says, thanks, Caroline. That does sound very reasonable. It does indeed. This is all good. It's all coming together. I think it's nice to have something to look forward to as well, for me and for you guys. It's always good to have things to sort of like aim at and have on the horizon that are exciting things that you are wanting to do. So Caroline says, would love to. It's been a money issue up until now, but I do want to. And if this job goes permanent, definitely. Oh, exciting. Exciting. We do have fun. I mean, you guys know that because I video it all. But it would be very nice for you to be there. That would be very cool. Okay, so I'm happy with that. One more to do. Jubilee says, just seeing that Ryanair from Vilnius lands in Stansted at 7 p.m. So if we add a coach trip to 4 or 5 hours, I would reach the ferry at midnight. Do ferries run that late? Yes, they do, but you would need to pre-book a taxi to take you to you would need to pre-book a taxi to get you to the hotel, and you'd need to let the hotel know that you were coming in late. But that, I mean, that's not a problem. I don't think it's like their favorite thing, but they obviously wouldn't like make you sleep outside. So yes, ferries do run that late, although you might end up on the car ferry. It might be worth having a look and seeing if there's a flight that goes into one of the other airports and arrives a bit earlier, or a overnight hotel at Stansted and then getting the coach in the morning. Yeah, the coaches from Heathrow are a lot quicker, I think. So I think we said 3 hours, didn't we? Somebody looked it up for me. Again, we'll have to have a look and see how much taxis are. If, for example, you and Nimue were coming into the same airport at a reasonable time together. Because that ends up being a very long day. Caroline says there's an app called Omio that's supposed to do the good coach prices. Oh, cool. And Dublé says, yes, there are flights that cost €20 more that arrive earlier, so overall journey would be shorter. I would recommend trying to arrive earlier for the extra €20, definitely, because I think you'd end up spending more on more this side if you arrived that late than the €20 for the earlier flight. I think. This is all very interesting. I'm trying to, like, logistically plan. I mean, I am aware that I live in an awkward place. Okay. Right, so I'm going to press these towards side back sections, and they want me to press towards side front. Okay, so I'm going to go press these, and then I can sew on the yoke and the shoulder seams. Feeling much better now as well, which is good. Right, so I need to press these towards the, right, so I need to press the seam that way. Everything to lie nice and flatly. Good. Do I need to put more water in that? No, it's all right. I hope Sal's okay, because we haven't seen him all day. Hopefully he's spending time with his kids or something, although it's much too late for him to be up now, so yes. But yeah. Not quite the same without him, is it? One very nice thing about this fabric is it's not going shiny when I'm ironing it, so that's good. Okay. It's always a fear of mine when I'm having to really press fabrics, like, and put proper pressure on them, that I worry that they're going to get that iron shine. Don't iron the fingers. And then these need to be pressed towards the side seams as well. I'm always worried when I have to sew the French seams this way that I won't have trimmed enough away and that I'll end up with little fuzzies poking through the seam, but I seem to have done it rather well this time because we have no little fuzzies, which is good. This all pressed. There we go. We have a back panel. I can now sew the yoke to. So let's get that done. And then it will definitely be time for lunch, not lunch, dinner. Words are hard. Where did I get to with the chat? Anna says, yummy pizza, wedges, and garlic bread. Ooh, Anna, you're making me hungry. You're making me hungry. Right. So I still need one yoke for the facing, so I should put that back down there. And then I'm going to have this yoke for the outer. Now I don't need to sew this with a French seam because, please tell me I put in my notches. I have, that's good. Yeah, I don't need to sew this with a French seam because I shall be burritoing the facing yoke in, but I do need to sew the shoulders with French seams because the facing only covers half of the shoulder seam at the front, so I need to French seam that into place. Smooth the needle back over with that one. Sal says, "Good day, Sean. I'm here, just chilling in bed, listening. Been here from the start, sleeping on and off." Aha! I wondered why you'd been so where you were and why you were so quiet. It's very late there. Thank you for keeping us company. Duvalier says, "So I think I found the best deal. Flight to Gatwick and the train to Portsmouth, arriving at the ferry around 7 p.m. Ah, cool. Is there a train directly from Gatwick to Portsmouth? Oh, I think you might need to change once, but I don't think you have to go on the underground. Caroline says, "Need to put the lamb in the oven shortly." And Sal says, "It's almost 5 a.m. here." Wow, sorry. Yes. Roasty lamb though, Caroline, yummy. Okay. So I will sew in my yoke, but I'm not going to press the seam yet because, as I mentioned, I'm going to burrito this a bit later, and I find it's easier to burrito when I haven't pressed the seams ahead of time, because it's just easier to sew on flat rather than to try and keep your sewing in a crease of a ditch of a pressed seam. Like this. Good. Duvalier says, "There is one change in haven't." Yeah, I thought there would be. But that should be fairly easy to do, and it shouldn't be a long wait at the station. Caroline says, "Change at Guildford, just be me." Gatwick train to Reading goes through Guildford, and then that's the London to Portsmouth main line. I'll wave as you go past. Duvalier says, "But there is also one that goes straight to Portsmouth. At least that's what the Google shows." Ah, cool. Okay, so need to sew on my shoulder seams now, and I need to French seam these. So wrong sides together. Match up my notches. Julie says, "Good morning to Sal." So get these shoulder seams in with a French seam, and then I think we'll call it a day. How have we done? Oh yeah, we're nearly at 6 hours, so that works out well, doesn't it? Better than last week. Didn't feel as queasy as I did last week. Right. And very much looking forward to dinner. As I say, I've got ginger beef noodles. Very yummy. I'm enjoying HelloFresh. 100%. So I'll say good morning to Julie. Okay, let's get these in. So French seams, I need to move that over. There we go. So I will be announcing the pattern swap partners at 12:30 next Sunday. So you've got till midnight on the 31st to get your application in if you would like to take part in the pattern swap. But yeah, I shall be announcing pattern swap pair ups next Sunday, and then I'll email everybody. I'll try and do it that evening, but it might end up being I email people on the Monday after the hangout. But who knows what I will be doing next. Nancy's been here, Julie. She left a little while ago, but she's been here since the start. What was I saying? I'm not distracted. Yeah, I'll try and email that evening, but it may end up being the next day, especially as Nancy has to put the spreadsheet together for me as well. So I don't want to rush her at all. Yeah, right, let's get these shoulder seams finished. These ones I will press because I'm going to slip stitch the facing to the interior seam. So I can press it because I won't be trying to machine stitch in a ditch that way, as it were. Not that that's technically the term for stitch in a ditch, but you know what I mean. I won't be trying to machine stitch in a crease. I'll be hand sewing, so I'll have more control. Okay. Right, they need pressing. Dubélé said, okay, so now that I know how to reach the Isle of Wight, the other research point is accommodation, including London, because I'd love to catch an East End, West End show or ballet performance. I would say Airbnb. And I mean, I stayed in a great one in Clapham. I also stayed in a great one in White City. They were really basic rooms, but they were they were a base that I needed for the day, and they were room share ones, but I never saw the person whose house it was that I was staying in. Dubélé says, this is what I love to do. Planning vacations makes me happy. Oh, that's good. Julie says she's the sweetest thing. She always comments on my videos. She is indeed. She is indeed. We love Nancy. Nancy is a special one. I can't wait to go to Canada so I can swoosh her too. It's a world trip of meeting all the peeps, don't I? Come to Denmark to meet you, Lithuania to meet Dubélé, so she can show me her hometown, Germany to meet Dubélé, Australia to meet so many of you, in America to meet so many more of you. So many peeps. So many lovely peeps. Okay. Okay, so that's one shoulder pressed. Let's press the other one. Okay, so just finish the French seams on those, and then we have done as much of the bodice as we can do without the interfaced facing and collar pieces, which are the next pieces on the instructions. But I'm going to cut all that out tomorrow, I've decided. So just get these two sewn, and we can put this on the mannequin. Okay, there won't be a vlog tomorrow because I didn't film anything yesterday. I mean, I did. I filmed the pattern swap and one take waffle and the start of one of the Get the Look for Less videos, but that needs a lot of editing and that won't go up tomorrow. And then obviously I'm not vlogging today because we're hanging out live instead, so there won't be a vlog tomorrow evening, but there will be on Tuesday. Paula's back. Hello, Paula. Caroline says, love going to the ballet when I can. Julie says, yay. Sal says, yeah, if you come to Australia, would 100% like to meet you and the other Down Under peeps. Yeah, we'd have to have like peeps meetups all around the world, won't we? Okay. How are we doing? So I'm just going to press these seams, and then we are done. Yeah, I need to, didn't trim the threads off of this bit. Okay. There we go. Threads are trimmed. Right. Press seams. And then I'm looking forward to the new sewing room, hopefully to be slightly better set out in terms of me not having to go round the desk to get to the ironing board. I mean, Mum has to as well. I'm not saying it's bad for me and good for Mum. It's not what I'm saying. It's just it's not convenient for either of us. So yeah, it would be nice to have the layout be a little bit more ergonomic, functional. Okay, they are pressed. So I'm going to move over there. Put the skirt. Oh, back. Put the skirt there. And there we go. So as far as we've got today, skirt and part of a bodice done. I think it's going to be very nice. You can't see a thing that I'm talking about or doing because I am not in shot. What's my job? Here we go. Yeah. I think that's going to be a really pretty dress. definitely. Julie says, last time I was at a show was in HMM, probably 2005. We were watching a show called The Collier Brothers, and I found it so interesting, though the rest of my group, teacher included, thought it was dull. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Carol says, we'll definitely meet when you come to New NYC, 100% Mood Fabrics, Fashion District, definitely. Duvalier says, I don't know what happened, but I just had an ad interrupting the hangout. First time it's happened. Oh, wow. Weird. Nimue says, our dinner is ready and my iPad got stuck, so hoping this chat is still working. I'm wishing you all a lovely evening and start to your week. Caroline says, take care, one and all. Have a great week. Yes, thank you very much for hanging out with me. It has been lovely. And I, as I said, I look forward to it every week, so yay. There will be a live hangout next Sunday, which is the 1st of November. I'll be announcing the pattern swap pairings at 12:30. So you have until 31st of October to get your name into the hat if you would like to take part. And if you have any questions about it, please let me know. But remember that all the information needs to go info@kittenishbehaviour.com, that email address only, please. So yeah, thank you for hanging out with me. I have really enjoyed my day. I feel much better now than I did earlier, which is good. So I'm going to turn everything off in here, tidy up after myself a little bit, and then go and have some dinner. So thank you for joining me, and I will see you all. I'll see you all on Tuesday, but I'll see you live next Sunday. So I'm going to try and end it gracefully now, and I always fail. Bye.